I was 24 when I moved into the house on Miller's Creek. It was one of those properties that looked perfect on a real estate site, but felt slightly off the moment you stepped through the front door. It was a colonial-style rental, tucked deep into a wooded cul-de-sac where the streetlights didn't quite reach. I was working as a freelance graphic designer at the time, which meant I spent a lot of my life alone, staring at a monitor, fueled by caffeine and the kind of quiet that eventually starts to ring in your ears. The house was too big for me, honestly. It had these high, vaulted ceilings and walls painted a stark, clinical white. Looking back, I think that was my first mistake, valuing the aesthetic of a minimalist studio over the primal need to feel secure. In a house that large, when you're the only thing moving, you become hyper-aware of your own shadow. And that summer, the shadows were long. It started during the second week of July. The heat was oppressive, the kind of humid weight that makes the air feel like wet wool. I had been pulling an all-nighter to finish a branding project. It was around 3:15 a.m. The only light in the living room came from my dual monitor setup, casting a harsh blue glow against the far wall. I remember stretching, my neck cracking in the silence when I saw it out of the corner of my eye. On the white wall adjacent to the hallway, a shape moved. It wasn't the sharp, jagged shadow of a tree branch swaying in the wind. This was fluid. It looked like a person, or the suggestion of one, stretching its limbs as it slid from the floor, molding up toward the ceiling. It didn't move like a reflection. It moved like something dragging itself through water. I froze. My heart did that slow, heavy thud against my ribs. I turned my head fast, my eyes straining to focus on the empty space. Nothing, just a blank white wall and the faint reflection of my desk lamp. I laughed it off at first. I told myself it was eye strain. If you stare at a bright screen for 10 hours, your retinas are bound to play tricks on you. Go to bed, Elias, I muttered to the empty room. My voice sounded thin, swallowed up by the high ceilings. I shut down my computer, the sudden darkness feeling like a physical blow. I walked to my bedroom, keeping my eyes fixed firmly on the floor. I didn't want to see what else my tired brain might cook up. But the next night, it happened again, and this time I wasn't tired. I had just finished dinner and was sitting on the sofa, scrolling through my phone. The overhead light was on, a bright, warm LED. There shouldn't have been any mystery in that room, but as I leaned back, I saw a flicker on the wall behind the TV. It was a thin, spindly shape, like a hand with too many fingers, creeping out from behind a framed print I'd hung. I didn't turn my head this time. I kept my eyes on my phone, but shifted my focus to the periphery. The shadow didn't vanish. It stayed there, twitching. It crawled upward, the fingers elongating, reaching for the crown molding. It was darker than any shadow should be under a 100-watt bulb. It was a void, a hole in the light. The moment I looked at it directly, it snapped back. It didn't fade. It retracted, like a rubber band being pulled behind the frame. I walked over to the picture, my hands shaking. I pulled the frame off the wall, expecting to find a large spider or maybe a moth caught in the light. There was nothing, just the mounting nail and the smooth, white drywall. No dust, no insects. Nothing that could have cast a shadow that looked like a reaching hand. That was the first time the logic started to fail. I checked the windows. They were locked. I checked the vents. Nothing was dangling. I spent an hour walking around the house with a flashlight, trying to recreate the angle of the light, trying to prove to myself that it was just some weird optical trick involving the streetlights and the trees outside. But as I stood in the center of my dark kitchen, the flashlight beam trembling in my hand, I realized something that made my skin go cold. The trees outside were perfectly still. There was no wind, and the shape I had seen, it hadn't been cast asterisk onto asterisk the wall. It looked like it was asterisk part asterisk of the wall. Over the next 3 days, the anomalies shifted from maybe to definitely. The shadows stopped waiting for the periphery of my vision. I'd be brushing my teeth and see a dark mass slide across the bathroom mirror. Not a reflection of something behind me, but a shadow moving across the glass itself. I'd be cooking, and the shadow of the refrigerator would suddenly detach from the base of the appliance and scuttle across the floor like a spilled liquid, disappearing into the pantry. I started leaving every light in the house on. It cost a fortune, but I couldn't stand the dark corners. Yet, even with the house blazing like a Christmas tree, the shadows found a way. They began to cluster in the angles where the walls met the ceilings. They looked like stains, dark, oily patches that would pulse ever so slightly. I called my landlord, a guy named Miller who lived a few towns over. I told him I thought there was a problem with the wiring, maybe some weird flickering that was causing visual disturbances. I didn't want to sound like a lunatic. "The wiring is new," Miller said, his voice crackling over the phone. "Just had it inspected last year. Maybe you're just not used to the woods, son. It gets real quiet out there. Your mind starts looking for things to fill the gaps." "It's not the quiet," I said, watching a shadow the size of a man's torso slowly elongate across the hallway floor. It was mid-afternoon. Sunlight was streaming through the windows. There are things on the walls, smudges that move. There was a long pause on the other end. "Listen," Miller said, his tone shifting from dismissive to something more guarded. "If you're unhappy, you can break the lease. I won't charge you the penalty. Just, maybe it's better if you move back to the city." He didn't ask for more details. He didn't offer to come look. He offered me an out. That should have been my biggest warning sign. People don't give up 3 months of rent because of a visual disturbance unless they already know what's causing it. That night, the escalation became undeniable. I was lying in bed, the bedside lamp on, trying to read a book to distract myself. The house was silent, save for the hum of the AC. Then I heard a sound. It wasn't a thump or a creak. It was a dry, rasping noise, like sandpaper being dragged over silk. SHHHDK, SHHHDK. It was coming from the wall, right above my headboard. I froze, the book slipping from my fingers. I didn't want to look up. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to keep my eyes down, to stay small, to pretend I wasn't there. But the sound continued, moving slowly toward the corner of the room. SHHHDK, SHHHDK. I slowly tilted my head back. There, on the ceiling directly above me, was a shadow. It was shaped like a human torso, but the limbs were wrong. They were too long, with multiple joints that bent at impossible angles. It was flat against the white plaster, but it had a texture, a shimmering, oily quality that caught the light of my lamp. It was crawling. Its fingers were digging into the ceiling, and as it moved, I realized the sound I was hearing was the sound of the shadow asterisk tearing at the air. It wasn't just a lack of light, it was a physical presence. I scrambled out of bed, tripping over my blankets and slamming into the dresser. I grabbed my phone and the heavy mag light I'd started keeping on the nightstand. I shone the beam directly at the ceiling. The shadow didn't vanish this time. In the direct, concentrated beam of the flashlight, the thing on the ceiling began to writhe. It didn't like the light. It began to move faster, its many jointed limbs clicking against the drywall with that horrific rasping sound. It scrambled down the wall, heading for the shadows under my dresser. I didn't grab my wallet or my keys. I just bolted. I ran into the hallway, but I stopped dead. The hallway was a gauntlet. Under the bright overhead lights, the walls were alive. Dozens of them, small, medium, and large, were sliding across the white surfaces. They looked like silhouettes of people screaming, silhouettes of animals I didn't recognize, and shapes that were just wrong. They were all converging, moving from the peripheries toward the center of the house, toward me. I realized then that they weren't just shadows. They were something that lived asterisk in the walls, or perhaps asterisk behind asterisk them, and the white paint was just a thin veil they were finally learned how to push through. I sprinted for the front door. As I passed the kitchen, I saw the shadow of the dining table rise up, not the table itself, but the shadow, and stretch out like a black net across the floor to trip me. I jumped over it, my heart hammering so hard I thought my chest would crack. I reached the front door and fumbled with the deadbolt. My hands were slick with sweat. Behind me, the rasping sound was growing louder. It was coming from every direction now. A chorus of asterisk SHHHDK, SHHHDK, SHHHDK. I looked back over my shoulder for one split second. The living room walls were no longer white. They were almost entirely black, covered in a churning, overlapping mass of dark shapes. And in the center of the wall, a shape was beginning to grow thick. It was pushing asterisk out asterisk of the wall, the drywall bulging toward me like a bubble about to burst. A head, featureless, black and shimmering, began to emerge into the three-dimensional space of the room. I screamed, threw the door open, and tumbled out onto the porch. I didn't stop. I ran down the gravel driveway, my bare feet cutting on the stones, until I reached the main road. I ran until I saw the glow of a 24-hour gas station a mile away. I sat in that fluorescent-lit sanctuary for 4 hours, shivering in my pajamas until the sun came up. The teenager working the counter looked at me like I was a tweaker, but I didn't care. The light here was consistent. The shadows stayed where they were supposed to. When I finally went back the next day, I didn't go alone. I called a friend, a guy named Marcus who was a former linebacker and didn't believe in anything he couldn't punch. "Man, you probably just had a carbon monoxide leak," Marcus said as we pulled up to the house. "Makes people hallucinate all kinds of crazy shit." "I hope so," I whispered. "God, I hope that's all it was." The house was silent. It looked peaceful in the morning light. We walked inside and I felt a wave of nausea. The walls were white. The furniture was exactly where I'd left it. "See," Marcus said, walking into the living room. "Nothing, just a big empty house." But as we walked through the hallway toward my bedroom, I stopped. "Marcus," I said, my voice trembling, "look at the wall." On the white drywall where I had seen the head emerging, there were marks. They weren't shadows. They were physical indentations in the wall, like someone had pressed a heated mannequin head into the plaster from the other side. And there, scattered along the baseboards, was a fine black dust. It looked like soot, but when I touched it, it felt cold. It felt like ice that didn't melt. I packed my essentials in 20 minutes while Marcus stood guard with a crowbar. He didn't make any more jokes about carbon monoxide. He kept looking at the corners of the ceiling, his jaw tight. He saw the way the light seemed to get swallowed up in certain spots, even with the sun shining directly through the windows. I never went back. I left the rest of my furniture. I told Miller to keep the deposit and the furniture, and I mailed the keys back to him. He never replied. I live in a small apartment in the city now. It's noisy, it's cramped, and there are people everywhere. I love it. I keep the lights on most of the time, and I've decorated the walls with busy, colorful wallpaper, florals, patterns, anything to break up the solid colors. But sometimes, when it's late and the city noise dies down, I find myself staring at the wall behind my TV. A few nights ago, I was watching a movie when I saw a flicker. Just a tiny, spindly shape, like a hand with too many fingers, creeping out from behind a framed photo of my parents. I didn't look at it directly. I knew better now. I just turned up the brightness on the TV and waited for the sun to come up. Because once you've seen them, once you've acknowledged that the shadows aren't just a lack of light, they know. They know you're watching, and they know that eventually everyone has to turn off the light. The problem with patterns is that they provide a place to hide. I had thought the busy, floral wallpaper of my new apartment would act as a deterrent, a chaotic field of lines and colors that would camouflage any stray movement. For the first month, it worked. I lived in a state of caffeinated hypervigilance, my eyes darting toward every perceived twitch of a rose petal or a swirling vine, but I always found a rationalization. It was the flicker of a passing car's headlights. It was the sway of the floor lamp. It was the sheer exhaustion of a man who hadn't slept more than 4 hours at a stretch since July. But the hand behind the photo of my parents changed the nature of my fear. It wasn't just that the shadows had followed me from Miller's Creek. It was the realization that they weren't tied to the architecture. They weren't a haunting in the traditional sense. No vengeful spirit tied to a floorboard or a tragedy buried in the crawl space. They were a predatory geometry. They were a parasitic layer of reality that had finally noticed I was looking back at them. I stopped working. Freelance graphic design requires a level of visual focus that I no longer possessed. Every time I opened an Illustrator file, the white of the digital canvas felt like a trap. I would stare at the cursor, and the black arrow would seem to elongate, its tail stretching toward the edge of the monitor until it bled off the screen and onto the plastic bezel. I sold my dual monitor setup to a guy on Craigslist for half its value. I couldn't stand the blue light anymore. It cast too many sharp edges. I spent my days in the neighborhood park, sitting on a bench under the harsh, unfiltered glare of the midday sun. I watched the shadows of the oak trees, studying the way they dappled the grass. They were normal. They were anchored to the trunks, shifting only as the sun tracked across the sky. They had a transparency to them, a softness at the edges where light bled back in. They weren't like the things in the house. The things in the house were opaque. They were thicker than the light that tried to displace them. By the second month in the apartment, the hand began to venture further. It happened on a Tuesday. I was standing in my small kitchenette boiling water for tea. The overhead fluorescent tube hummed, a comforting industrial sound. I was looking at the toaster, a stainless steel model that reflected the room in a distorted, convex curve. In the reflection, I saw my own face, pale and gaunt. And behind my head, on the floral wallpaper of the far wall, I saw a black line. It wasn't a shadow, it was a slit. It looked as though someone had taken a razor blade to the reality of the room and peeled back a sliver of the world. The slit was perhaps 6 inches long, perfectly vertical. As I watched the reflection, a finger, long, gray-black, and possessing too many knuckles, hooked around the edge of the slit from the inside. Then another, then a third. The fingers began to pull. I didn't turn around. I knew the rules now. If I looked directly at it, it would snap back, retracting into the wallpaper like a startled insect, only to wait for me to close my eyes. Instead, I watched the toaster. I watched those impossible fingers exert pressure. The floral wallpaper didn't tear, it stretched asterisk. The printed roses elongated into horrific, screaming shapes as the void behind them pushed outward. The sound started then. Not the sandpaper rasp this time, but a wet, rhythmic thud. Lub-dub, lub-dub, it was a heartbeat. The wall was breathing. I grabbed the kettle, the boiling water sloshing over the sides and scalding my hand, but I didn't feel the pain. I backed away, my eyes fixed on the reflection until my heels hit the radiator. The slit in the wall was widening. A second hand emerged, then the crown of a head, smooth, obsidian, and devoid of hair or features. It was the same shape that had tried to breach the drywall at Miller's Creek, but here, in this cramped apartment, it felt more concentrated, more solid. "What do you want?" I whispered. My voice was a dry croak. The heartbeat in the wall stopped. The fingers froze. In the reflection of the toaster, the black shape began to tilt its head. It didn't have ears, but it was listening. It didn't have eyes, but I felt a gaze so heavy it felt like a physical weight pressing against the back of my skull. Then the shape spoke. It wasn't a voice. It was the sound of 1,000 dead leaves skittering across a sidewalk. It was a vibration that bypassed my ears and resonated directly in my teeth. Witness, it pulsed. I dropped the kettle. The crash of metal on tile broke the spell. I spun around, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs, but the wall was empty. The wallpaper was flat. The roses were just roses. There was no slit, no fingers, no obsidian head. But there was a mark. Right where the slit had been, the colors of the wallpaper had been leached away. A 6-inch vertical strip of the floral pattern was now grayscale, as if the ink had been sucked out of the paper by a vacuum. I touched it. The paper was brittle. It crumbled under my fingertip like burnt parchment, revealing the gray plaster beneath. I realized then that I couldn't run anymore. This wasn't a localized phenomenon. It was a pursuit. I was the light source, and they were the shadows I was casting, not from my body, but from my mind. My awareness was the bridge they were using to cross over. That night, I didn't turn on the lights. It was a gamble born of pure, unadulterated terror. If they fed on the contrast between light and dark, if they used the edges of shadows to manifest, then I would remove the edges. I sat in the center of my living room floor in total darkness. I pulled the heavy blackout curtains shut. I taped over the LEDs on the smoke detector and the microwave. I made the room a tomb. I sat there for hours, my legs crossed, my breathing shallow. The silence was absolute. In the absence of sight, my other senses became hyperacute. I could hear the hum of the refrigerator in the next room. I could hear the distant muffled bass of a neighbor's music. I could hear the blood rushing through my own veins. And then I heard them. They were everywhere. They weren't just on the walls anymore. I could hear them sliding across the floorboards. I could hear them dripping from the ceiling like heavy oil. They were whispering, not in words, but in that dry, leafy vibration. The air in the room grew cold, a deep, synthetic chill that didn't feel like winter. It felt like the absence of heat. I felt a touch on my shoulder. It was light, barely a ghost of a pressure, but it was there. A long, multi-jointed finger traced the line of my collarbone. I didn't flinch. I didn't scream. I sat perfectly still, a statue in the void. Witness, the vibration came again, closer now. It felt like it was coming from inside my own chest. Another touch. This one was on my cheek. It felt like a piece of cold, damp silk. Then another on my ankle. They were crowding around me, dozens of them, their formless bodies pressing against mine. I was being submerged in a sea of two-dimensional weight. I realized with a jolt of horror that they weren't trying to kill me. Not in the way a predator kills prey. They were trying to fold me. They wanted to pull me into the flat, gray expanse they inhabited. They wanted to strip the three-dimensional depth from my bones and spread me thin against the substrate of the world. I reached into my pocket. My fingers closed around the small, plastic casing of a cheap lighter I'd bought at the gas station. I didn't flick it, not yet. I waited until I felt the pressure on my eyes, the sensation of cold, flat palms pressing against my eyelids, trying to smooth them out. I waited until the whispering became a roar of static in my brain. I flicked the lighter. The flame was tiny, a flickering orange spark in the center of the blackness, but it acted like a grenade. The scream that tore through the room wasn't human. It was the sound of 1,000 mirrors shattering at once. The shadows recoiled, their forms visible for a fraction of a second as they scrambled away from the light. They looked like scorched paper, their edges curling and blackening in the heat of the tiny flame. I stood up, holding the lighter out like a holy relic. In the dim glow, I saw them. They were huddled in the corners, overlapping, a writhing mass of darkness that seemed to be trying to push itself through the seams of the floorboards. The walls were covered in those grayscale burn marks, the wallpaper peeling away in long, jagged strips. I didn't run this time. I walked to the front door, the lighter's flame dancing in the draft. I opened the door and stepped out into the hallway, where the steady, reliable hum of the building's lighting offered a temporary reprieve. I didn't go back to the apartment. I took the stairs to the roof. The city stretched out before me, a carpet of a billion lights. Streetlights, office windows, car headlamps, neon signs. It was a fortress of illumination. I stood at the edge of the gravel-covered roof, looking down at the grid. I saw a movement on the side of the building across the street. A shadow, massive, the size of a billboard, was sliding down the brickwork of the neighboring apartment complex. It moved with a sickening, liquid grace, ignoring the windows and the fire escapes. It reached the street level and merged with the shadow of a passing bus, hitching a ride into the heart of the downtown district. Then I looked at the roof beneath my feet. In the glow of the city, my own shadow was cast long and thin against the gravel. It looked normal. It had a head, a torso, 2 arms. But as I watched, my shadow raised its hand. I kept my own hands at my sides. The shadow's hand continued to rise, its fingers elongating, its knuckles multiplying. It reached toward the shadow of a ventilation duct, its fingers twitching with a familiar, hungry rhythm. I understood then. Miller had been right in a way. It wasn't the house. It wasn't the woods. It was the gap. We live our lives in the light, believing it to be the primary state of the universe, but light is the anomaly. The dark is the default. And the things that live in the dark have been waiting for a long time for us to get quiet enough and lonely enough to notice them. I reached for my phone, my thumb hovering over the contact for Marcus. I wanted to tell him. I wanted to warn him. But as I looked at the screen, the white background of the dialer app began to flicker. A thin, black line appeared in the center of the screen, a slit no wider than a hair. A tiny, obsidian finger hooked around the edge of the pixels. I dropped the phone. It clattered against the gravel, the screen cracking, but the light stayed on. From the cracks, the darkness began to leak out like ink in water. I backed away from the edge of the roof, moving toward the center where the light of the city was brightest. I realized I would never be able to sleep in the dark again. I would never be able to look at a blank wall without seeing the suggestion of a limb. I would spend the rest of my life in the glare, a moth circling a flame, terrified of the moment the bulb finally burned out. Because the shadows don't just crawl across the walls. They're waiting for the walls to fall down. The cold wind on the rooftop bit through my thin pajamas, but the chill from the stone beneath my feet was nothing compared to the icy realization that my own shadow was no longer a reflection of my movements. It was an independent entity, a silhouette that had decoupled itself from the laws of optics. I watched it, my own dark twin, reach out its elongated fingers toward the shadow of a heavy steel vent. When the two shadows touched, there was no overlap, no deepening of the shade. Instead, there was a tactile, rhythmic rubbing sound, like 2 pieces of coarse sandpaper being ground together. I backed away until my spine hit the brick of the elevator housing. I didn't care about the height or the ledge anymore. I only cared about the light. The rooftop was bathed in the amber glow of high-pressure sodium lamps from the street below, and the cold white glare of a nearby billboard advertising a brand of luxury watches. I stood in the cross-section of these lights, creating a frantic, multi-directional array of shadows that darted away from me like frightened fish. But they weren't frightened, they were searching. I stayed on that roof until the sky turned a bruised purple, then a pale, sickly gray. As the sun began to crest the jagged horizon of the city's skyline, the independent movements of my shadow slowed, eventually synchronizing back to my own body as the light became too diffuse for the thick shadows to maintain their edges. I felt a sudden, crushing exhaustion. My muscles ached from the tension of a night spent standing guard against my own outline. I went back down to my apartment. I didn't look at the walls. I didn't look at the floral wallpaper that now felt like a shroud. I went straight to the bathroom, splashed freezing water on my face, and avoided the mirror. I knew what would be there, not just my tired eyes, but something standing in the reflected doorway behind me. I needed to talk to someone who knew. Not Marcus. Marcus was a shield, but he was a shield made of wood, and these things were fire. I needed someone who had lived in the gaps. I thought of Miller. I hadn't spoken to the landlord since I'd mailed the keys back to Miller's Creek. He had been so eager to get me into that house, so dismissive of the settling noises. Looking back, his eyes had always been slightly too wide, his movements slightly too stiff, as if he were constantly trying to occupy as little space as possible. He had known. He had been a curator of the dark. I dug through my trash for the crumpled lease agreement I'd meant to throw away. I found his office number. I dialed it from my cracked phone, the black slit in the screen now a permanent, jagged scar across the display. The phone rang 3 times before a woman's voice answered. She sounded tired, her voice filtered through the hiss of a bad connection. Miller Properties. I need to speak to Elias Miller, I said. It's about the house on Blackwood Drive. There was a long silence. I could hear the faint sound of a television in the background, a weather report, drones of temperatures and cold fronts. Mr. Miller isn't in the office, she said finally. Her voice had changed. It was flatter now. He hasn't been in for some time. Where is he? It's urgent. I'm seeing them. I'm seeing the things in the walls. The line went dead quiet. Not even the static remained. It was that absolute, vacuum-like silence I had experienced in my living room. The patterns help, the woman whispered, her voice so low I had to press the phone against my ear. But they don't stop the hunger. They only slow the feast. If you can see the head, it's already too late for the heart. What does that mean? How do I get rid of them? You don't, she said. You just provide them with a better view. Mr. Miller found a better view. He's in St. Jude's now, the sensory deprivation ward. They keep him in a room with no corners, just a sphere of light. She hung up. I stood in my kitchen, the dial tone buzzing in my ear like an angry wasp. A sphere of light, a room with no corners. It was the ultimate sanctuary, a place where a shadow had nowhere to anchor itself. But for most of us, the world is nothing but corners. Every table, every doorframe, every book on a shelf is an invitation for the dark to pool and thicken. I grabbed my car keys. I couldn't stay in the apartment. The burn marks on the wallpaper were spreading, the grayscale leaching into the floorboards. I could feel the apartment becoming two-dimensional, the depth of the rooms being sucked out into the void behind the walls. I drove. I didn't have a destination, so I drove toward the brightest place I knew, the airport. Airports are cathedrals of artificial light. They are designed to eliminate shadows for security, for clarity, for the constant movement of thousands of souls. I parked in the long-term lot, under a floodlight that made the asphalt look like bleached bone. I walked into the terminal, my eyes burning from lack of sleep, and found a plastic chair in the center of a wide, open concourse. I sat there for hours, surrounded by the hum of travelers and the rhythmic chimes of the arrival boards. I watched the people. I started to notice things I had never seen before. I saw a businessman sitting 3 rows over, typing furiously on a laptop. His shadow, cast against the polished linoleum, wasn't following his fingers. While his physical hands were on the home row, his shadow's hands were reaching up, stroking the shadow of his own throat with long, spindly movements. The man didn't notice. He just adjusted his tie, a small, subconscious gesture of discomfort. I saw a child playing with a toy car on the floor. The shadow of the car didn't roll. It slithered, its wheels turning into many-legged appendages that scurried across the tiles. They were everywhere. They weren't just following me. They were woven into the fabric of everyone's lives, hidden in plain sight because no one ever thinks to look at the ground when they're talking to the sky. Most people lived in a state of blissful ignorance, their shadows behaving just well enough to avoid detection. But once you've been marked, once the thing in the wall has tried to push its head into your world, the masquerade ends. The shadows stop pretending. I must have fallen asleep in that chair, a jagged, shallow slumber filled with the sound of skittering leaves. I woke up to the sensation of someone standing over me. "Sir, you can't sleep here." It was a security guard. He was young, his uniform crisp, a flashlight hanging from his belt. Behind him, the terminal had grown quiet. The late-night lull had set in. The bright, overhead lights had been dimmed to a power-saving mode, casting long, dramatic shadows across the vast, empty space. I looked at the guard, then I looked at his shadow. It was massive. It stretched out behind him, a towering, distorted shape that reached halfway up the wall of a closed cinnamon. And it wasn't standing still. The shadow guard was leaning forward, its featureless head inches away from my own shadow's face. It looked like it was whispering into my shadow's ear. "I'm leaving," I said, scrambling to my feet. "I'm going." "Are you all right, sir? You look a bit pale." I didn't answer. I ran. I ran through the terminal, my footsteps echoing like gunshots in the quiet hall. I could feel the shadows on the walls turning to watch me. They didn't have eyes, but I felt the collective weight of their attention. It was a physical pressure, a gravitational pull toward the dark corners. I reached my car and fumbled with the keys. The parking lot was a forest of shadows now. Every car, every light pole, every concrete barrier was a jagged blade of blackness. I peeled out of the lot, the tires screaming, and headed back toward the city. I knew where I was going now. I wasn't going to St. Jude S. I wasn't going to hide in a sphere of light. If I was a witness, as the thing had called me, then I was going to see the source. I was going back to Miller's Creek. The drive took 2 hours. The further I got from the city, the darker the world became. The trees along the highway seemed to lean inward, their branches interlocking like skeletal fingers. I kept the high beams on, but the darkness seemed to swallow the light just a few yards ahead of the bumper. The thickness was back. The air felt heavy, like I was driving through invisible syrup. I reached the house on Blackwood Drive at 3:00 a.m. It stood silent and imposing in the moonlight. It didn't look like a house anymore. It looked like a mouth. A great, yawning entrance to a place where geometry went to die. I didn't turn off the engine. I left the headlights shining directly at the front door. I grabbed a heavy-duty tactical flashlight I'd bought at a hardware store on the way, 10,000 lumens of blinding white light. I walked up the gravel driveway. My feet felt heavy as if the ground were trying to hold onto my soles. I reached the porch and pushed the door open. It wasn't locked. Miller hadn't bothered to change the deadbolt. Why would he? No one would want to break asterisk in here. The interior of the house was colder than the night air. The smell of soot and old ice was overwhelming. I clicked on the tactical flashlight, and the beam cut through the darkness like a physical blade. The living room was worse than I remembered. The walls weren't just marked with indentations anymore. They were covered in them. Thousands of featureless faces were pushing out of the drywall, their shapes frozen in various stages of emergence. It looked like a mass grave made of plaster, and the black dust, the cold soot, was inches deep along the baseboards, drifting like snow. I walked toward the hallway, the beam of my light dancing over the distorted faces. They didn't move when the light hit them. They were like fossils, remnants of a tide that had gone out. "I'm here," I shouted. My voice didn't echo. The shadows absorbed the sound before it could bounce back. "What do you want?" I reached the spot where I had seen the head emerge. The indentation was still there, but it had grown. It was no longer just a head. A torso, long and spindly, had pushed out of the wall, its arms reaching toward the center of the floor. The shape was covered in a layer of the black dust, giving it a fuzzy, moth-like texture. I stepped closer, the light trembling in my hand. I realized that the shape wasn't made of drywall. It was made of the dust itself, held together by some unseen tension. It was a sculpture of frozen shadow. And then I saw the floor. In the center of the hallway, right where I had stood when I first saw the eyes in the dark, there was a hole. It wasn't a hole in the wood. It was a hole in the light. It was a circle of absolute black, about 3 feet in diameter. It didn't reflect my flashlight. It didn't have a bottom. It was a well of pure, concentrated thickness. I stood at the edge of the circle. I felt a strange, terrifying urge to jump. It wasn't a suicidal impulse. It was a desire for resolution. I was tired of the flickering lights. I was tired of the busy wallpaper. I was tired of the constant, gnawing fear of the corners. If this was where they came from, maybe this was where the watching ended. I leaned over the edge, shining the 10,000 lumen light directly into the hole. The light didn't go down, it bent. I watched in slack-jawed horror as the beam of my flashlight hit the edge of the circle and curved, spiraling around the perimeter of the blackness like water going down a drain. The light was being consumed. And in the center of that light-eating void, something moved. It wasn't a hand. It wasn't a face. It was a vast, complex architecture of shifting planes and angles. It was a city of shadows, a world that existed in the negative space of our own. I saw towers of obsidian that reached toward a sky of gray ash. I saw rivers of the black soot flowing through valleys of bone-white stone. And I saw the people. Thousands of them. They were standing on the plains of that shadow world, their bodies flat and elongated. They were all looking up. They were looking at the holes in their sky, the points where our world bled into theirs. They were waiting for us to fall through. I saw a figure standing directly beneath the hole I was looking into. It was wearing a suit. It was stiff and pale, its eyes wide and vacant. It was Elias Miller. He looked up at me, his face a mask of eternal, silent screaming. He held up a hand, his fingers stretching toward the light of my flashlight. He wasn't trying to reach me. He was trying to pull the light down with him. The vibration started then. It was so powerful it shook the floorboards beneath my feet. Witness, the voice groaned from the depths of the hole. The shadows on the walls began to move. The frozen faces started to peel themselves out of the plaster. The black dust rose from the baseboards in a swirling, choking cloud. I backed away, but the hole was growing. The edges of the circle were fraying, the floorboards dissolving into the void. The house was being unmade, piece by piece, as the two worlds began to overlap. I turned and ran for the front door. As I burst out onto the porch, I saw my car. The headlights were still on, but the beams were being pulled toward the house, curving in impossible arcs toward the open front door. The engine was sputtering, the sound dying as the mechanical energy was leached away by the darkness. I didn't stop. I ran into the woods. I didn't follow the driveway. I ran through the brush, the branches tearing at my skin, the tactical flashlight dying in my hand as its batteries were drained in seconds. I ran toward the road, toward the distant glow of the 24-hour gas station. I didn't look back until I reached the asphalt. The house on Blackwood Drive was gone. In its place was a pillar of absolute darkness that reached up into the clouds. It was a tear in the sky, a vertical slit in the reality of the forest. The moonlight was being sucked into it, the stars around it warping and stretching like taffy. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the slit closed. The forest was silent. The house was gone. Only a flat, scorched patch of earth remained, covered in a fine layer of cold, black soot. I sat on the side of the road, gasping for air, my heart hammering against my ribs. I waited for the sun. I waited for the consistent, reliable light of the day. But as the first rays of dawn began to break over the trees, I looked down at my feet. The sun was behind me, low on the horizon. My shadow should have been stretching out long and thin in front of me. But there was no shadow on the road. I looked at the trees. They cast shadows. I looked at a discarded soda can. It cast a shadow. I stood up and waved my arms. I jumped. I danced. I was standing in the full glare of the rising sun, and I was casting no shadow at all. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. They hadn't wanted to pull me into their world. They didn't need my body. They had taken my shadow. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that somewhere in that city of obsidian, beneath that sky of gray ash, my shadow was finally standing up. It was walking away from the hole. It was exploring its own world, free of the burden of my three-dimensional flesh. And one day, when it was finished exploring, it would come back for the rest of me. I walked toward the gas station, my footsteps silent on the pavement. I was a man of light now, a creature with no dark side, a ghost in the midday sun. I looked at the teenager behind the counter, the same one from months ago. He looked at me and his eyes went wide. He didn't look at my face. He looked at the floor behind me. "Where is it?" he whispered, his voice trembling. "Where did it go?" "It's witnessing," I said. I bought a pack of matches and a gallon of lighter fluid. I walked back out into the sun, the light feeling thin and hollow against my skin. I knew it wouldn't be long now. You can't live without a shadow. The light eventually burns you away. I'm sitting in the park now. The sun is at its zenith. The world is bright and sharp and beautiful. But I'm watching the edges of the trees. I'm watching the way the shadows of the leaves seem to be reaching toward me, beckoning me to join them in the gaps. Because once you've lost your shadow, the dark is the only thing that recognizes you. And the dark is very, very patient. The gas station attendant didn't follow me outside, but I felt his gaze through the plate glass, a prickly heat that had nothing to do with the morning sun. To him, I was a glitch in the physics of the morning, a man-shaped hole in the world's logic. Without a shadow, I lacked weight. I felt as though a strong gust of wind might simply lift me off the pavement and carry me into the upper atmosphere, dispersing my atoms like dandelion seeds. I walked to the edge of the lot where the asphalt met the encroaching tree line. The lighter fluid felt heavy in my hand, a plastic jug of liquid potential. I didn't really know what I intended to do with it. Set myself on fire, create a perimeter of flame. Fire was just another source of light, and light was what had betrayed me. Light was the very thing that had allowed them to peel my shadow away, using my own silhouette as a handle to grasp. I looked down at the scorched patch of earth where the house on Blackwood Drive had stood. The soot was already blowing away, swirling in tiny, localized cyclones. There were no ruins, no splintered beams or shattered glass. The house hadn't burned. It had been retracted. It was a drawer being pushed back into a cabinet. I sat on a stump, the wood dry and silvered by age. The stump cast a long, gnarled shadow that looked like a reaching hand. I positioned myself so that my body overlapped with that shadow, desperate for the illusion of attachment. For a moment, if I squinted, I could pretend the dark shape on the ground belonged to me. But as the sun climbed higher, the stump's shadow retreated, shrinking toward its base, leaving me exposed and luminous. The hunger began shortly after noon. It wasn't a hunger for food, but a systemic craving for density. My skin felt translucent. When I held my hand up to the sun, I could see the blurred outlines of my bones, not as solid structures, but as darker clouds within a pale mist. I was fading. The thickness I had felt in the house was the opposite of what I was experiencing now. I was becoming thin. I was becoming a whisper. I stood up and began to walk toward the highway. I needed to find Miller. Not the landlord who had disappeared into the house, but the version of him the woman on the phone had mentioned. St. Jude S., the sensory deprivation ward. If he was in a room with no corners, a sphere of light, perhaps he had found a way to stop the thinning. Or perhaps he was simply the final stage of the process, a soul suspended in amber, waiting for the light to finally finish its meal. I tried to hail a ride, but cars sped past me without slowing. It wasn't just that they didn't want to pick up a hitchhiker, it was that they didn't seem to see me at all. I was a glare on their windshields, a trick of the light. I finally found an old truck parked at a rest stop, the driver asleep behind the wheel. I slipped into the passenger seat, moving with a silent grace that terrified me. I didn't make the upholstery indent. I sat on top of the fabric like a layer of dust. The driver woke up an hour later, grumbling and rubbing his eyes. He put the truck in gear and pulled onto the road, never once glancing to his right. I sat inches away from him, watching the shadows of the telephone poles flicker across his face. My lack of a shadow didn't matter in the cab. The interior was a mess of overlapping glooms. But when we passed under a bridge and the world plunged into momentary darkness, I felt a surge of terrifying relief. In the dark, I was equal to everything else. St. Jude's, I whispered. The driver jumped, his hands jerking on the wheel. He looked around the cab, his eyes wide and searching. Who's there? Keep driving, I said. My voice sounded like the rustle of dry paper. Just keep driving. He couldn't see me, but he could hear the vibration of my words. He began to pray, a low, frantic muttering under his breath. He pushed the truck harder, the engine whining in protest. He wanted to get wherever he was going so he could flee from the ghost in his seat. I didn't care about his fear. I was a witness, and witnesses are inherently selfish. We only care about the testimony. We reached the outskirts of the city by dusk. The hospital was a brutalist monolith of concrete and glass, perched on a hill like a watchful vulture. I slipped out of the truck before it had even come to a complete stop, drifting through the parking lot toward the main entrance. The sliding doors hissed open. The lobby was bright, too bright, filled with the hum of air conditioning and the scent of industrial floor wax. I moved past the reception desk. The nurse didn't look up. I wasn't a person to her. I was a flicker in her peripheral vision, a headache beginning to form. I found the elevators and pressed the button for the basement levels. The sensory deprivation ward wasn't listed on the directory, but I knew where it would be. It would be where the earth was thickest, where the weight of the soil could act as a buffer against the world above. The basement was a labyrinth of white corridors and humming pipes. The lights here weren't dimmed. They were relentless, buzzing with a high-frequency whine that made my teeth ache. I walked until the linoleum turned to rubber and the walls began to curve. There were no doors here, only circular hatches. I found the one labeled asterisk room, 0*. There was a small observation window, a thick porthole of reinforced glass. I peered through it. The room was exactly as the woman had described. It was a sphere, perhaps 12 feet in diameter, constructed of a seamless, pearlescent material. There were no corners, no edges, no places for a shadow to hide. In the center of the sphere, suspended in a harness that looked like a spider's web, was a man. He was naked, his skin so pale it was almost blue. His hair had fallen out, and his eyes were stitched shut with fine black thread. He was bathed in light from every direction. Hidden lamps embedded in the walls of the sphere ensured that there was not a single millimeter of his body that wasn't illuminated. He had no shadow, but unlike me, he didn't look thin. He looked heavy. He looked like he was made of lead. "Miller," I whispered against the glass. The man in the harness didn't move, but the air in the corridor seemed to chill. I felt a presence behind me, a gathering of the thickness. I turned, expecting to see the security guard or the woman from the office. Instead, I saw the shadows of the pipes on the ceiling. They were dripping. The black soot was leaking out of the shadows, falling in slow, viscous drops to the floor. As the drops hit the rubber matting, they didn't splash. They began to crawl. They moved toward the sphere, toward the light, like iron filings drawn to a magnet. "You shouldn't have come here," a voice said. I looked down. The soot had coalesced into a shape on the floor. It wasn't a person. It was a mouth, a wide, jagged rent in the floorboards of reality. "He's the anchor," the mouth said. The voice was a composite of 1,000 whispers, the sound of a forest breathing at night. "He stays in the light so we can stay in the dark. A balance must be maintained. One witness for the sun, one witness for the void." "I don't have a shadow," I cried, my voice cracking. "They took it. I'm disappearing." "You aren't disappearing," the shadow mouth replied. "You are being refined." The shadow was the anchor. Without it, you are free to see what lies behind the light. Look at him. Look at the curator. I looked back through the porthole. Miller's mouth was moving. He wasn't screaming. He was chewing. He was swallowing the light. The lamps in the sphere were flickering, their brilliance being sucked into his open maw. He wasn't a victim. He was a filter. He was consuming the light of our world so that the things in the walls could grow stronger. "The patterns," I remembered the woman saying, "they only slow the feast." The light in the sphere turned a sickly, bruised purple. Miller's body began to distort, his limbs lengthening, his skin stretching until it became a translucent membrane. I could see things moving inside him, not organs but geometries, shifting triangles, rotating spheres, lines of force that defied gravity. He wasn't a man anymore. He was a bridge. "The house on Blackwood was just a doorway," the shadows whispered, now rising from the floor like a tide of black ink. "But the world is full of doors. Every corner is a hinge. Every shadow is a lock. And you, little witness, you are the key." The soot reached my feet. It didn't feel cold anymore. It felt like home. It felt like the heavy, comforting weight of a blanket on a winter night. I felt my feet begin to sink into the rubber floor, not as if the floor were breaking, but as if I were becoming liquid. I looked at my hands. The bones were gone. There was only a pale, shimmering glow, a fading ember of what I used to be. "I don't want to be a key," I said, but the words had no substance. They were just vibrations in the thickening air. "You don't have a choice," the shadows replied. "The light has rejected you. You cast no reflection, no shadow, no doubt. You are pure observation now, and the void loves to be watched." The lights in the corridor began to fail. One by one, the buzzing tubes flickered and died, plunged into the absolute vacuum-like silence I had come to know. The darkness wasn't an absence of light. It was a presence. It was a living, breathing thing that pressed against my skin, filling my lungs, entering my eyes. I felt myself being pulled through the porthole, through the glass, into the sphere with Miller. The light inside was dying, being eaten by the thing he had become. As the last lamp failed, I saw. The sphere wasn't empty, it was crowded. Thousands of them, the long, spindly things from the walls, they weren't hiding anymore. They were standing in the center of the room, their featureless faces turned toward me. They were holding something. They were holding my shadow. It was crumpled like a discarded suit of clothes. It looked ragged, torn at the edges, exhausted from its journey through the obsidian city. They held it out to me, a peace offering from the dark. "Take it," they hissed. I reached out. My shimmering, translucent hand touched the cold, velvet surface of my shadow. The moment we touched, the world inverted. The white room became black. The black shadows became blindingly white. I felt a searing pain as the shadow was forced back onto my soul, not as a reflection, but as a skin. It didn't sit on the ground anymore. It wrapped around my bones, filling the emptiness, providing the thickness I had lost. I stood in the center of the dark sphere, a creature of pure soot and jagged angles. I looked at Miller, who who was now just a pile of white ash in the center of the harness. I was the curator now. I looked at the porthole, at the world outside the sphere. I could see the hospital, the city, the millions of people scurrying about in their frantic, lit-up lives. I could see their shadows, those restless, hungry passengers they carried with them every day. I reached out and touched the glass. Under my finger, the glass didn't shatter. It bruised. A dark grayscale mark spread across the surface, a bloom of cold soot. I wasn't in the gaps anymore. I was the gap. I looked down at the floor of the sphere. I didn't have a shadow. I was the shadow. And as I watched, the walls of the hospital began to ripple. The corners began to soften. The burn marks began to appear on the wallpaper of the world, thousands of miles away. I began to crawl. I didn't need a door. I didn't need a hallway. I moved through the angles, through the places where the light failed to reach. I moved toward the city, toward the bedrooms and the offices and the bright, artificial cathedrals of the airports. I was coming for the witnesses. I was coming to show them the view. Outside in the park, the sun continued to shine. The teenagers continued to laugh. The world continued to turn. But in the corners of every room, in the spaces behind the books and under the beds, the thickness was gathering. The shadows were no longer content to follow. They were starting to lead. And as the sun began to set, casting long, dramatic blades of blackness across the earth, the world finally understood what I had learned on Blackwood Drive. You don't get rid of the dark, you just provide it with a better view. And I was going to make sure the view was spectacular. I found a small apartment on the edge of town. A young woman was sitting at her desk, typing by the light of a single lamp. Her shadow was cast against the wall, a simple, two-dimensional shape. I stepped out of the corner, my new skin rustling like dead leaves. I reached out and touched her shadow's hand. The woman froze. She adjusted her glasses, a small, subconscious gesture of discomfort. She looked at the wall. She saw the indentation forming in the drywall, the shape of a head pushing through from the other side. "Who's there?" she whispered. I didn't answer, I just watched. I was the witness now, and the testimony was just beginning. The woman's name was Alina. I knew this because her mail was stacked on a small mahogany side table near the door, and because the name was etched into the digital signature of the document she was currently ignoring. She was a creature of habit, a dweller in the soft, amber glow of a halogen lamp that fought a losing battle against the encroaching evening. To her, the room was a sanctuary of defined edges and familiar scents: lavender, old paper, the ozone tang of a cooling laptop. To me, the room was a canvas of vulnerabilities. I didn't stand on the floor. I existed in the gradient where the lamp's reach faltered. My new body, this suit of pressurized shadow, felt like a heavy velvet cloak that had been dipped in liquid lead. It hummed with a low-frequency vibration, a purr that echoed the tectonic shifting of the obsidian city I had glimpsed through the hole. I was no longer a man of light. I was the density that light could not penetrate. Alina turned her head slowly. The human instinct for being watched is a vestigial gift from the era of apex predators, a prickling of the nape that transcends logic. She didn't see me, not yet. I was a smudge in her peripheral vision, the kind of floater one dismisses as eye strain. But then I moved. I didn't walk. I shifted my weight, and the shadow on her wall, her own shadow, rippled in sympathy. It was as if a stone had been dropped into a dark pool. The silhouette of her head, cast sharply against the eggshell white paint, suddenly developed a second pair of ears, then a second set of shoulders. She gasped, a sharp, hitching sound that tasted like ozone in my throat. She didn't scream. People rarely scream when they encounter the impossible. They freeze, hoping that if they remain still enough, the universe will correct its error. She stared at the wall, her eyes tracking the impossible geometry of her own shadow as it began to detach itself from her physical form. I reached out a hand. It wasn't flesh. It was a projection of soot and intent. As my fingers brushed the wall, the drywall didn't crack, it bruised. A deep, charcoal-colored stain spread from my touch, a necrotic bloom that smelled of damp earth and ancient basements. "It's not a haunting," I whispered. My voice didn't come from my mouth. It came from the corners of the room, a surround sound of dry friction. "It's an eviction." Alina scrambled back in her swivel chair, the wheels screeching against the hardwood. She gripped the edge of her desk, her knuckles white. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" "I was always here," I said, and as I spoke, I stepped fully into the light. The halogen lamp flickered. The filament hummed a frantic, dying note. In the full glare of the bulb, I should have been incinerated. I should have been transparent. Instead, the light seemed to bend around me, sucked into the vacuum of my skin. I was a silhouette with 3 dimensions, a silhouette that cast a shadow of pure, blinding white. The inversion was complete. I was the dark, and my shadow was the light. You're the man from the news," she stammered, her voice rising in pitch. "The one from Blackwood Drive. They said you died in the fire." "The fire was a translation error," I told her. I moved closer, my movements fluid and silent. Every step I took left a scorched, black footprint on the floor, not from heat, but from the sheer absence of existence. There was no fire, only a folding, a tucking away of things that no longer fit the narrative. I looked at her shadow. It was frantic now. It was clawing at the baseboards, trying to slide under the door, trying to escape the proximity of its master. It knew what I was. It knew that I was the herald of the harvest. "Why are you here?" she asked, tears finally tracking lines through the dust on her cheeks. "I need a witness," I said. "Miller was the anchor, but he's gone now. He's become the foundation. I am the architect. And you have a very sturdy shadow, Alina. It has a weight to it. It's been well fed on your anxieties and your secrets." I reached for her. She tried to bolt, but the shadows of the room rose up to meet her. The shadow of the bookshelf elongated, wrapping around her ankles like obsidian vines. The shadow of her chair rose up like a wave, pinning her arms to her sides. She wasn't being held by physical force. She was being held by the lack of it. She was caught in the gaps. "Don't look at me," I commanded, my voice now a roar of static. "Look at the wall." She turned her head, forced by the tightening grip of the dark. On the wall, her shadow was no longer a silhouette. It was becoming a window. The blackness of the shape was beginning to clear, revealing the gray ash sky and the obsidian towers of the city I had seen. It was a view of the other side, a glimpse into the machinery of the void. "See them?" I asked. In the window of her shadow, the spindly things were gathering. They pressed their featureless faces against the edges of her silhouette, their long, multi-jointed fingers tracing the outline of her head. They were waiting. They were hungry. "They've been watching you through the corners of your eyes for years," I whispered, leaning close to her ear. I could feel the cold radiance of her fear. It was delicious. It was the only thing that made me feel solid. Every time you thought you saw something move in the hallway, it was them. Every time you felt a chill in an empty room, it was their breath. They don't want your soul, Alina. Souls are light. They want your weight. They want your presence. The woman's shadow began to pull away from the wall. It didn't peel, it stretched, the blackness thinning into a series of tethered cords. She screamed then, a long, ragged sound that echoed through the apartment building, but I knew no one would come. To the neighbors, the scream would sound like the wind whistling through a cracked pane. To the world, Alina was already becoming a footnote. As her shadow detached, Alina began to change. Her skin took on that translucent, pearlescent sheen I had seen on Miller. Her eyes began to cloud over with a milky, white film. She was losing her density. She was becoming a ghost in her own skin, a man-shaped hole in the world's logic. "I'm sorry," I said, though I felt no pity. Pity is a luxury of the three-dimensional, but the balance must be maintained. One witness for the sun, one witness for the void. And the sun is setting, Alina. It's setting for a very long time. I stepped back into the corner, merging with the velvet dark. I watched as her shadow finally snapped free, a sentient sheet of blackness that stood up and walked toward the window. It didn't open the glass, it simply passed through it, a ripple in the reflection. It was free. It was going to explore the city, to dance in the gray ash, to join the others in the gaps. Alina slumped to the floor. She was still breathing, but the sound was thin, like the rustle of dry leaves. She looked at her hands, her eyes wide with the realization that she cast no reflection in the darkened screen of her laptop. She was a man of light now, a creature with no dark side. I left her there, a flickering ember in the rising tide of the night. I moved through the walls of the apartment building, sliding through the electrical conduits and the plumbing gaps. I was a virus of the dark, a contagion of the void. In every apartment I found them, the sleepers, the watchers, the lonely. I touched their shadows. I woke them up. By midnight, the city was a choir of silent screams. I stood on the roof of the tallest skyscraper, a needle of steel and glass that pierced the belly of the night. From here, the world looked like a map of glowing embers. Streetlights, car headlights, the flickering blue glow of televisions. Each one was a desperate attempt to push back the inevitable. But I could see the truth. I could see the way the shadows were growing even without the light. They were feeding on the infrastructure. They were thickening the air. The stars above were being blotted out, not by clouds, but by the encroachment of the thickness. The sky was becoming a ceiling. I looked down at my own hands. They were no longer hands. They were claws of solidified soot. I could feel the obsidian city rising beneath my feet, the two worlds finally beginning to overlap. The house on Blackwood Drive had been the first stitch. I was the scene. A figure appeared on the roof beside me. It wasn't one of the spindly things. It was a man, or it had been once. He was dressed in a tattered suit that looked like it had been woven from cobwebs. His face was a mask of silvered scars, and his eyes were twin pits of absolute vacuum. "The curator," he said. His voice was the sound of a mountain grinding against a mountain. "Miller," I asked. "Miller is a name for a thing that had a shadow," the figure replied. "I am the witness of the first fold, and you are the witness of the final." He pointed toward the horizon. The sun was beginning to rise, but it wasn't the golden sun of the morning. It was a pale, sickly thing, a white hole in a gray sky. It provided no warmth. It cast no shadows. "The light is exhausted," the first witness said. "It has spent eons trying to define the world, trying to separate the object from the void. But the void is patient. The void is the default state." "What happens now?" I asked. "The harvest concludes. The shadows return to their owners, but they do not attach. They consume. They pull the flesh into the gaps until there is nothing left but the patterns." I looked down at the streets. The first commuters were emerging from their homes, blinking in the pale, shadowless dawn. They looked like paper dolls. They looked fragile. And then the shadows returned. From the alleys, from the sewers, from the basements and the closets, the dark shapes came rushing back. They didn't slide across the ground. They leapt. They tackled their owners, wrapping around them like suffocating blankets. I watched as a businessman was pulled into his own briefcase. I watched as a woman was retracted into the shadow of a mailbox. There were no bodies left behind, no blood, only a faint scent of ozone and the sound of a drawer being pushed back into a cabinet. The city was being retracted. I felt a surge of power, a horrific, cold ecstasy. I wasn't just watching the end of the world. I was the mechanism of it. Every shadow that claimed its owner strengthened the suit of soot I wore. I was becoming taller, wider, a monolith of the void. "The curator must remain," the first witness said, his form beginning to dissolve into a cloud of gray ash. "To watch, to remember, to ensure that the next cycle begins with a full accounting of the dark." "The next cycle?" I asked, but he was gone. I stood alone on the roof of a world that was no longer there. The skyscraper was gone. The city was gone. I was standing on a plain of obsidian beneath a sky of gray ash. The hole was everywhere now. I looked down at my feet. I was standing on a surface that was as smooth and black as a mirror. In the reflection, I didn't see a monster. I didn't see a man of soot. I saw a small house on Blackwood Drive. I saw a man sitting in a chair, watching the shadows crawl across the walls. He was holding a glass of water, his face etched with a vague, nagging anxiety. He felt like he was being watched. He felt like the world was becoming thin. I reached down and touched the surface of the obsidian. My finger passed through the floor as if it were water. I felt the warmth of the lamp. I smelled the scent of lavender and old paper. The man in the chair froze. He looked at the wall. He saw the indentation forming in the drywall, the shape of a hand pushing through from the other side. "Who's there?" he whispered. I didn't answer, I just watched. I reached out and touched his shadow's hand. And the cycle began again. I realized then that there is no escape from the dark, because the dark is not a place. It is a memory. It is the record of everything that the light has failed to illuminate. We are all just shadows waiting for our turn to stand up. We are all just witnesses waiting for the view to change. The shadows don't crawl across the walls because they want to scare us. They crawl because they are trying to find a way out. They are trying to find the man who cast them, so they can finally pull him into the only world that is real. I sat down on the obsidian plain and waited. The gray ash fell like snow, silent and cold. I am the curator. I am the witness. And the dark is very, very patient. I watched the man on Blackwood Drive for a long time. I watched him buy the matches. I watched him buy the lighter fluid. I watched him sit in the park, waiting for the sun to burn him away. I felt a faint, ghost-like flicker of what might have been pity, but it was gone before I could name it. The light eventually burns you away, but the dark keeps you forever. I leaned back against the vacuum of the sky and closed my eyes. But even with my eyes closed, I could see. Because in the city of obsidian, there is no need for sight. There is only the thickness. There is only the weight. And somewhere, in a world of light and noise, a teenager behind a gas station counter was looking at the floor, whispering to a man who wasn't there. Where did it go? I smiled, a jagged rent in the gray ash. It's witnessing, I whispered to the void. It's finally witnessing. The silence of the obsidian plain was not the absence of sound, but the compression of it. Every scream that had ever been swallowed by a shadow, every footfall that had vanished into a dark hallway, every heartbeat that had stuttered in the presence of the unknown, it was all here, woven into the very fabric of the gray ash sky. I sat upon the geometric ridge of what might have once been a skyscraper or perhaps a tombstone for a concept, and I felt the weight of my new office. Being the curator was not a job of action, it was a job of gravity. I was the anchor for the discarded. Below me, if below still had any meaning in a world of non-Euclidean folds, the city of the gaps was busy. The spindly things, the harvesters I had once feared, moved with a frantic, insectal grace. They weren't building, they were unpacking. They were taking the memories of the world I had left behind and stretching them across the black glass of this new reality. I watched as the shadow of a playground slide was erected near the shadow of a cathedral. There was no iron, no stone. There was only the silhouette of the idea, given mass and permanence by the absence of light. I looked at my hands again. The soot skin had stabilized. no longer rustling like dead leaves but humming with a steady, low-voltage thrum. I realized then that I wasn't just a witness to the end. I was the storage medium. Every person whose shadow I had touched, every witness I had evicted from the light, now resided within the architecture of my own consciousness. I could feel Alina. She was a cold spot near my left shoulder, a lingering vibration of lavender and terror. I could feel the businessman, the child in the park, the woman at the airport. They were the inventory. "Is it enough?" I asked the void. The void didn't answer with words. It answered with a shift in the wind. A gust of gray ash swirled around me, forming a brief, flickering image of the man at the gas station. He was still there in that thin, flickering layer of reality that the sun still claimed. He was staring at the spot where I had stood, his eyes wide and vacant. To him, I was a ghost. To me, he was a transparency, a ghost in waiting. I stood up. The obsidian beneath me felt vibrant, pulsing with the stolen kinetic energy of a billion lives. I realized I could move between the folds now. I didn't need a house on Blackwood Drive to serve as a door. I was the door. I reached out, my fingers hooking into a seam in the gray air, and I pulled. The world tore like wet silk. I stepped through and found myself in a hospital corridor. It was 3 in the morning, the hour of the wolf, the time when the veil between being and non-being is at its most porous. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed with a sickly green anxiety. They flickered, struggling to maintain their hold on the hallway. The linoleum floor was polished to a mirror shine, but the reflections it cast were wrong. They were too deep, too dark. A nurse sat at a station at the end of the hall, her head drooping. Her shadow was draped over the desk like a discarded coat. It was a heavy thing, bloated with the exhaustion of a double shift and the residual grief of the room she tended. I walked toward her, my footsteps making no sound on the tiles. As I moved, the lights didn't just flicker, they died. One by one, the tubes popped with a soft, cinematic hiss, plunging the corridor into the thickness. The nurse snapped awake. She didn't reach for the phone. She didn't call for help. She simply stared into the advancing wall of blackness. She had seen too much death to believe in the safety of the light anymore. She knew what was coming. "It's time to lighten the load," I whispered. The sound echoed off the medicine cabinets, a rattling of dry husks. "I know you," she said, her voice remarkably steady. "I saw you in the dreams of the dying. They all talked about the man with the skin made of smoke." "I am the witness," I said, stepping into the pool of darkness just feet from her desk. "And you have been carrying too much for too long. Your shadow is tired, Sarah." She looked down at the black shape on the desk. It was twitching. It wanted to rise. It wanted to join the choir on the obsidian plane. "Will it hurt?" she asked. "Only the transition," I told her. "The weight is what hurts. The light is what demands. The dark just accepts." I reached out and laid my hand over her shadow's hand. The contact was electric. A surge of her memories flooded into me. The smell of antiseptic, the sound of flatlining monitors, the weight of hands she had held as they went cold. I took it all. I absorbed the mass of her life, and in exchange, I gave her the view. Her shadow detached with a sound like a heavy curtain being drawn. It stood up, a tall, graceful silhouette that mirrored her weary posture but lacked her fragility. Sarah herself began to fade, her scrubs turning the color of moonlight, her flesh becoming a pale, translucent marble. She looked at her hands, which were now glowing with a soft, inner radiance. "I'm so light," she breathed. "You are a man of light now," I said. "You have no anchor. You will drift until the sun finally goes out, and then you will be nothing. But for now, you are free of the burden." The shadow Sarah turned and walked into the wall, vanishing into the gaps. The light Sarah remained, a flickering candle in a room where the air was turning to ink. I didn't stay to watch her flicker out. There were so many more. I moved through the hospital like a harvester in a field of ripe wheat. In the oncology ward, I freed a dozen shadows that were knotted with pain. In the maternity ward, I took the shadows of the newborns, thin, gossamer things that had barely begun to tether themselves to the world. Each one added to the architecture of the city on the other side. Each one made me more solid, more absolute. I was no longer the man who had lived on Blackwood Drive. That man had been a creature of fear, a victim of the encroaching dark. This version of me, the curator, was the master of it. I felt a cold, crystalline purpose. The world was a cluttered, noisy, painful place, and I was the one cleaning it. I was the one who was tidying the room before the lights went out for good. By the time I left the hospital, the sun was trying to rise again, but it was losing the battle. The sky over the city was no longer blue or gray. It was a bruised purple, the color of a hematoma. The sun appeared as a dim, white disk, like a coin at the bottom of a muddy pond. It cast no warmth. It barely managed to create a glimmer on the windows of the skyscrapers. I walked down the center of the main street. Cars were abandoned in the middle of the road, their doors hanging open. The drivers had already been claimed, or they had become lightmen and wandered off into the parks to fade. The silence was profound. The only sound was the low-frequency hum of the city itself, the vibration of the obsidian world pushing through the crust of the old one. I saw a child sitting on a curb. He was casting no shadow. He was one of the ones I had missed, or perhaps one whose shadow had simply grown tired of waiting and left on its own. He was holding a plastic toy, but the toy was becoming transparent in his hands. "Where is everyone?" he asked as I passed. His voice was thin, a reed whistle in the wind. "They've gone to the view," I said. "Is it pretty?" I thought of the obsidian towers, the gray ash snow, the spindly things dancing in the gaps. I thought of the absolute peace of a world where nothing ever changed because there was no light to cause decay. "It's permanent," I said. The child nodded as if that made sense, and then he simply vanished. He didn't die. He just ceased to have enough density to occupy space. The toy fell to the ground, clattering with a hollow, plastic sound before it, too, began to dissolve into the gray mist. I reached the center of the city, the great plaza where the monuments to human history stood. They were crumbling, not from age, but from a lack of observation. The world only exists because we look at it, and there was no one left to look. The statues were melting into puddles of gray sludge. The fountains were dry, the water having retreated back into the earth to find a darker place to hide. I climbed the steps of the library, the great stone lion at the entrance now a featureless lump of granite. Inside, the stacks were a labyrinth of shadows. This was where the weight was heaviest. Thousands of years of human thought, trapped in paper and ink, casting millions of tiny, overlapping shadows. I walked to the very back, to the rare book section, where the air was thick with the scent of dust and leather. There, sitting at a small table, was a man I recognized. It was the professor from the university, the one I had gone to see when I first realized the shadows were changing. He was older now, his hair a shock of white, his eyes behind his spectacles two wide, terrified moons. He was surrounded by open tomes, maps of ancient star charts, and diagrams of the human soul. He had a single candle burning on the table. It was the last real light in the city. "You're late," he said, his voice cracking. "I had many witnesses to collect," I replied. He looked at me, and for the first time, someone truly saw me. He didn't see a monster. He saw the logic. He saw the necessity. "I found it," he whispered, gesturing to a crumbling manuscript. "The first fold. It wasn't a catastrophe, it was a choice. The ancients realized that the light was a lie, a temporary flare in an infinite night. They didn't want to be burned away, so they invited the dark in. They made a deal with the thickness. And now the deal is being renewed," I said. "But at what cost?" the professor asked. He pointed to his own shadow, which was huddled under the table, trembling. We lose ourselves, we become architecture, we become the bricks in a city of silence. Is that worse than being ash? I asked. The light offers nothing but consumption. It burns you until you are gone. The dark preserves. You will be a brick, yes, but you will be a brick forever. You will be part of something that doesn't need to eat or breathe or fear the morning. The professor looked at the candle. The flame was tiny, a golden needle in the heart of the void. He reached out a trembling hand and hovered it over the fire. I spent my life studying the light, he said. I thought it was the source of all truth, but truth has no color. Truth is just the thing that remains when the lights go out. He looked at me. Are you the one who decides? I am the curator, I said. I don't decide, I just organize. I moved toward him. The shadows of the books rose up like a tidal wave, a black wall of recorded history. The professor didn't flinch. He stood up and blew out the candle. The darkness that followed was absolute. It was a physical weight, a hammer blow of non-existence. In that moment, the library ceased to be a building and became a thought. The professor's shadow merged with mine, a seamless joining of two voids. I felt his knowledge pour into me, the history of the folds, the names of the spindly things, the geometry of the obsidian city. He was a heavy witness, one of the heaviest I had ever taken. My body expanded, my skin tightening until I felt like I was made of diamond-hard soot. I stepped out of the library, but I didn't step onto the street. I stepped onto the obsidian plain. The transition was over. The two worlds had finally collapsed into one. The city of light was gone, retracted like a discarded skin. All that remained was the black glass, the gray sky, and the endless, silent towers. I looked around. There were others now. Not just the spindly things, but figures like me. The curators of other cities, other eras. They stood on the ridges of the obsidian hills, silent and watchful. We were the pillars of the new world. We were the memory banks of the void. I looked down at the ground at my feet. Through the transparent black surface, I could see the world below. It was a small, flickering sphere, a marble of light spinning in the vastness. It was the next cycle. I saw a man in a small apartment. He was sitting at a desk, typing by the light of a single lamp. He looked tired. He looked anxious. He kept glancing at the corners of the room, feeling a prickling on the back of his neck. He thought he was alone. He thought the shadows were just an optical illusion, a trick of the light. I reached down and touched the surface of the obsidian. My finger left a smudge of soot on the glass of his reality. I watched as he froze. I watched as he adjusted his glasses and looked at the wall. "Who's there?" he whispered. I didn't answer, I just watched. I was the witness now, and the testimony was just beginning. I realized then that the hole wasn't a place you went to. It was a place you came from. We were all just shadows that had forgotten we were cast by something greater. And my job, my eternal silent job, was to remind them. I settled into the thickness. The gray ash fell, covering my shoulders in a mantle of silence. I was the curator of the final fold, and I had all the time in the world. Because in the dark, time doesn't pass. It just accumulates. I closed my eyes, and for the first time since Blackwood Drive, I wasn't afraid. I was home. The shadows weren't crawling anymore. They had arrived. And the view was, indeed, spectacular. The accumulation of time felt like the settling of silt at the bottom of a deep, forgotten well. On the obsidian plain, there were no clocks, only the rhythmic pulsing of the dark, a slow expansion and contraction that mimicked a titan's breath. I sat atop my ridge, my soot-stained fingers tracing the jagged geometry of the glass beneath me. Below the surface, the man in the apartment, the one with the typewriter and the flickering lamp, was still typing. To him, only seconds had passed since he felt my touch. To me, eras had drifted by like smoke. I watched him with a clinical detachment that would have terrified the version of me that once bought groceries and paid electricity bills. That man was a ghost, a thin vapor of memory trapped in the amber of my new consciousness. Now, I was the weight. I was the reason the floorboards creaked in empty rooms. I was the cold spot that made people pull their blankets tighter in the dead of night. The spindly harvesters moved below the ridge, their movements more fluid now, less like insects and more like shadows cast by a swaying tree. They were bringing in a new haul. I saw them dragging the silhouette of an old Victorian house across the gray ash snow. It wasn't the house itself, but the burden asterisk of it, the 100 years of repressed arguments, the hidden bottles of gin, the attic where a child had once hidden from a storm. They laid it down near the shadow of the cathedral, and as it touched the obsidian, it fused, becoming a permanent fixture of the architecture. "Another wing for the museum," I whispered. My voice didn't travel. It simply existed in the space around me, a vibration in the thickness. A movement to my left caught my peripheral vision. One of the other curators was approaching. It was a tall, angular shape, its surface shimmering with the captured reflections of 1,000 different sunsets. It didn't walk so much as it displaced the air, appearing 10 feet closer with every blink of my non-existent eyes. "The harvest is rich in the lower sectors," the curator communicated. It wasn't speech. It was a sudden influx of data, a pressurized burst of imagery that bloomed in my mind like ink in water. I saw visions of a bustling metropolis in the light world, neon signs, crowded subways, the frantic, buzzing energy of millions of souls trying to outrun their own mortality. "The density is increasing," the figure continued, its form flickering like a film reel caught in a projector. "The light men are becoming transparent faster than we can catalog them. The anchors are snapping." I looked back down through the obsidian floor at the man in the apartment. His lamp was failing. The bulb was turning a bruised yellow, the filament screaming in a frequency only I could hear. He was rubbing his eyes, his shadow stretched long and thin across the wall behind him. It was a beautiful shadow, dark, jagged, and hungry. It was leaning toward him, its fingers nearly touching his hair. "He's almost ready," I said. "He is a storyteller," the other curator observed. "His shadows are heavier. They carry the weight of worlds that never existed. We need those for the foundation of the Great Gallery." I felt a surge of possessiveness. This was my witness. I had found him in the folds. I will harvest this one myself. The other figure bowed its head, a slow tectonic shift of its upper torso, and vanished into the gray mist. I leaned forward, pressing my face against the cold, black glass. I wanted to see the exact moment the transition happened. I wanted to feel the snap when the light finally gave up. The man reached for a pack of cigarettes, his hand shaking. He struck a match. The flare was a violent intrusion, a spark of rebellion that hurt to look at. For a second, his shadow retreated, cowering against the baseboard. But the match flickered. A draft from a window that wasn't open caught the flame. The man stared at the dying spark, his face illuminated in a frantic orange glow. "Don't go," he whispered. I smiled. The jagged rent in my face felt wider, more permanent. "Let it go," I urged him through the glass. "The light is a hunger that never fills. The dark is a feast that never ends." The match went out. In the apartment, the darkness didn't just return, it flooded. It poured out of the corners under the bed and from the gaps between the books on the shelves. The man's shadow didn't wait for him to stand up. It stood up on its own. It stepped off the wall and onto the carpet, a three-dimensional void that loomed over the sitting man. The man didn't scream. He simply looked up, his eyes reflecting the absolute nothingness of the figure before him. He reached out a hand, his fingers disappearing as they entered the shadow's chest. "Where did it go?" he asked, his voice a perfect echo of the gas station attendant I had met so long ago. "It's witnessing," I whispered. With a sound like a heavy book being slammed shut, the man and his shadow merged. The apartment vanished. The typewriter, the desk, the cigarettes, they all dissolved into a fine gray powder. And then there he was. He appeared on the obsidian plain, a few yards away from my ridge. He looked confused, his body still shimmering with the residual glow of the light world. He looked down at his hands, seeing the soot skin beginning to form over his knuckles. "Welcome to the inventory," I said, standing up. He looked at me and I saw the recognition dawn. He didn't see a stranger. He saw the ending of every story he had ever tried to write. He saw the period at the end of the sentence. "Is this the only world that is real?" he asked, his voice already beginning to take on the low-frequency hum of the city. "This is the world that lasts," I told him. "The other one is just a flicker, a dream the sun had before it died." I pointed toward the horizon, where the spindly things were erecting the shadow of a great bridge. "Go, find your place in the architecture. You have a lot of worlds to contribute." The man nodded, his movements already losing their human jitteriness, becoming slow and deliberate. He walked into the mist, his footsteps silent on the glass. I turned back to my post, but something was different. The thickness felt agitated. The gray ash was falling faster now, swirling in violent eddies. I looked down through the floor again, expecting to see another apartment, another witness. Instead, I saw a rupture. Deep in the layers of the light world, something was fighting back. It wasn't a man, or a candle, or a match. It was a concentrated burst of pure, blinding white. It was a tear in the fabric of the dark, a wound that was bleeding radiance. I felt a pang of something ancient and forgotten, fear. The light was not supposed to be this strong. The cycle was supposed to be absolute. I looked across the plain and saw the other curators standing still, their forms vibrating with alarm. The spindly things had stopped their work, huddling together like shadows under a midday sun. The rupture grew. It was a sunburst in the middle of the basement of reality. I could see figures within the light, not the pale, fading light men, but something else. They were bright, searing silhouettes, their edges sharp as razors. They weren't being consumed by the light, they were the light. "The remnant," a voice echoed through the void. It wasn't one of the curators. It was the obsidian itself, the collective consciousness of the city crying out. The ones who refused the view, the ones who stayed in the fire. The bright figures were moving upward, toward the surface of the obsidian. They were climbing the gaps. They were using the very tunnels we had created to harvest the world, and they were bringing the fire with them. I reached out to close the seam, to pull the gray air shut, but my fingers felt brittle. The heat from the rupture was reaching me even here in the heart of the vacuum. It smelled of ozone and burning hair. It smelled of the sun at noon on a summer day, a smell I had forgotten I hated. One of the bright figures reached the underside of the obsidian floor right beneath my feet. It pressed a glowing hand against the glass. The black surface didn't reflect the light, it shattered. A spider web of cracks raced across the plain, glowing with a fierce, white intensity. The obsidian, the foundation of my world, began to melt. It turned from solid glass into a viscous, bubbling tar. I fell. I didn't fall into another fold or another city. I fell into the heat. The transition was agonizing. For the first time in an eternity, I felt my skin. I felt the soot burning away, the gray ash turning to steam. I felt the weight of the billions of souls I had cataloged being stripped from me, their memories screaming as they were scorched by the brilliance. I hit a surface that was hard and hot. I gasped, my lungs burning as they sucked in air that wasn't thick or heavy. It was thin, it was sharp, it was real. I opened my eyes and squinted against the glare. I was lying on the pavement of Blackwood Drive. The sun was high in the sky, a brutal, unforgiving eye that stared down at me. The houses were there, solid, painted, and horribly bright. I could hear the sound of a lawnmower in the distance. I could hear a dog barking. I could hear the hum of a refrigerator from a nearby kitchen. I tried to stand, but I was weak. My hands were no longer made of soot. They were pale, trembling flesh, covered in a thin layer of gray dust that was quickly blowing away in the breeze. I looked at the ground, searching for my shadow. There was nothing. The sun was beating down on me, but I cast no shape on the asphalt. I was a transparency. I was a ghost in the world of the living. I looked up at my house. The windows were dark, like empty eye sockets. I saw a movement in the upstairs bedroom, the room where I had first seen the shadows crawl. A figure was standing there, looking down at me. It was a silhouette, dark and jagged against the interior light of the room. It was the curator, or rather, it was the part of me I had left behind, the part that had stayed in the dark while the rest of me was spat back into the light. It raised a hand and pressed it against the glass of the window. I realized then the true horror of the remnants' victory. They hadn't destroyed the dark. They had simply evicted me from it. They had pushed me back into the world of noise and decay, but they had kept my anchor. I was now a man of light. I was the very thing I had pitied. I stood in the middle of the street, the sun burning into my skin, feeling myself becoming thinner with every passing second. I looked at the shadow in the window, and I saw it smile, a jagged rent in the gray ash. Where did it go? I whispered, my voice a dying ember. The shadow in the window didn't answer. It didn't have to. It was the witness now, and it was going to watch me burn until there was nothing left but the smell of ozone and the memory of a man who once lived on Blackwood Drive. I turned and began to walk, my feet making no sound on the hot pavement. I headed toward the park, toward the trees, toward anywhere that might offer a sliver of shade. But the sun was everywhere. It followed me, a relentless hunter, stripping away my layers until I was nothing but a vibration in the air. As I faded, I felt a faint, ghost-like flicker of what might have been irony. The shadows don't crawl across the walls because they want to find a way out. They crawl because they're making room. And as I vanished into the brilliance of the afternoon, I realized that the dark wasn't just patient. It was hungry, and it had finally finished its meal. The sensation of being unmade was not a sudden snap, but a grueling, granular erosion. I was a watercolor painting left out in a monsoon, my edges bleeding into the overbright reality of Blackwood Drive. The sun was an abrasive, a celestial sandpaper scouring the soot from my soul. Every bird's chirp was a needle in my ear. Every rustle of the wind through the manicured oaks felt like a physical intrusion. This world, this loud, vibrating, neon-saturated world, was an assault. I stumbled toward the shade of a large maple tree, my legs feeling like hollow glass tubes. I reached out to touch the bark, expecting the familiar, cold resistance of the obsidian, but my hand passed into the roughness with a sickening lack of friction. I wasn't solid. I was a heat haze given the memory of a shape. I looked down at where my shadow should have been, that loyal, dark companion that defines a creature's place in the physical realm. There was only the uniform, mocking glare of the concrete. Please, I croaked. The word had no weight. It didn't displace the air. It was a thought that failed to become a sound. I looked back at the house. The figure in the window, the curator that was me, yet not me, hadn't moved. It stood as a silhouette of absolute density, a black hole centered in the middle of a suburban bedroom. It was the anchor. It held the mass I had lost. It held the history of the folds, the names of the spindly things, and the heavy witness of the professor. It was the librarian of my own vanished existence, and it was watching me evaporate with the cold, clinical detachment I had so recently perfected. A car turned the corner, a bright, obnoxious red sedan. I recognized it. It belonged to the Millers 3 doors down. I saw Mrs. Miller behind the wheel, her face set in that mask of mundane concentration people wear when they are thinking about dry cleaning or dinner or the strange way the light is hitting the asphalt. She drove right through me. There was no impact, only a momentary chill, a flicker of gray in her rearview mirror that she likely dismissed as a floater in her eye. To her, I was a glitch in the atmosphere. To me, she was a juggernaut of terrifying, unconscious energy. I felt the wake of the car tear at my midsection, pulling away more of my transparency. I was thinning. The molecules of my memory were drifting apart, losing their cohesion. I realized then that the remnant, those searing, white figures I had seen breaking through the obsidian, hadn't saved me. They had performed an exorcism. They were the white blood cells of a reality that refused to be cataloged, and I was the infection they had purged. They didn't want the dark to win, but they didn't care what happened to the shadows that were caught in the crossfire. I began to run, or rather, I willed my fading essence toward the park at the end of the street. I remembered the old stone bridge over the creek. Beneath it, there was always a pocket of damp, cool darkness. If I could reach the shade, perhaps I could pull myself together. Perhaps I could find a seam, a tiny tear in the fabric of this blinding day where I could slip back into the folds. The walk felt like a pilgrimage across a desert of white fire. Every step was a negotiation with non-existence. I passed a child on a bicycle. He stopped, squinting at the air where I stood. He didn't see a man, he saw a shimmering distortion like the air above a hot stove. He tilted his head, a look of profound, instinctual unease crossing his face. He didn't say, "Who's there?" He just pedaled faster, his small shadow racing beneath him, a dark anchor he took for granted. I reached the bridge. I scrambled down the grassy embankment, my hands sliding through the blades of clover as if they were made of light. I dove into the darkness beneath the stone arch. It was cooler here. The sound of the trickling water was muted, muffled by the heavy stones. I pressed myself against the mossy rock, desperate for the feeling of shadow. But even here, the light found a way. It reflected off the ripples of the creek, dancing in cruel, bright diamonds across the ceiling of the bridge. It chased me into the corners. I huddled in the deepest recess, gasping for a breath I didn't need. My vision was failing. Not into the comfortable, heavy black of the library, but into a washed-out, overexposed white. The world was becoming a blank page. "Is this it?" I whispered. "The end of the testimony?" "Not the end," asterisk, a voice vibrated through the stone. It wasn't the curator from the window. It was deeper, older. It sounded like the grinding of tectonic plates. "The transition is never one way, little shadow." I looked into the water of the creek. In the dark reflection of the bridge's underside, I saw a face. It wasn't mine. It was the Professor S. He looked younger, his eyes bright with the fever of his studies. He was looking up at me from the surface of the water as if I were the sky. "The truth has no color," the reflection said, his voice gurgling with the flow of the stream. "But the light is just as much a lie as the dark. They are the two halves of a heartbeat. You tried to stop the heart. You tried to live in the pause between beats." "I was the curator," I argued, my voice a thin rasp. "I organized the void." "You were a filing cabinet," the Professor's reflection countered. "And now the drawer is empty. The remnant didn't cast you out. They invited you to choose." "Choose what? To vanish, to burn?" "To cast a shadow again," the reflection said. "But to do that, you have to find the fire, not the sun, the fire inside." The reflection vanished as a leaf floated over it, breaking the surface. I looked at my hands. They were almost gone. I could see the moss through my palms. I could see the ancient, gray silt at the bottom of the creek through my chest. I looked back toward the opening of the bridge. The sun was beginning to set, the sky turning a bruised, violent purple. The shadows were lengthening again. They were stretching out from the trees, reaching across the grass like long, skeletal fingers. They were returning to their posts. I saw the shadow of the bridge itself growing, deepening, reclaiming the ground from the light. I felt a pull. It wasn't the heavy, suffocating pull of the obsidian city. It was something more primal. It was the pull of a silhouette wanting to be born. I stood up, my form flickering like a dying bulb. I walked out from under the bridge and stood in the path of the setting sun. The light hit me at a low angle, orange and fierce. I concentrated. I reached deep into the core of what I was, not the curator, not the ghost of Blackwood Drive, but the thing that remained when the lights went out. I looked at the ground behind me. I didn't try to find my old shadow. I tried to asterisk be the obstacle. I tried to be the thing that the light couldn't pass through. For a long, agonizing minute, nothing happened. The light poured through me as if I were a window. I felt the heat increasing, the final dissolution imminent. My knees buckled. I began to dissolve into the golden dust of the evening. And then a flicker. A small gray smudge appeared on the grass behind me. It was faint, barely a bruise on the green, but it was there. It was a shape. It was mine. I let out a sound that was half sob, half laugh. I focused all my will on that smudge. I fed it my memories of the library, the weight of the obsidian, the smell of the gray ash. I poured the curator into the smudge. I gave it the geometry of the city and the names of the spindly things. The smudge darkened. It grew solid. It grew sharp. As the shadow gained substance, so did I. My skin stopped being transparent and began to take on the texture of real, bruised flesh. I felt the weight of my bones. I felt the thrum of blood in my veins. But it wasn't the blood of a man anymore. It was cold. It was thick. It was the ink of the void. I stood in the fading light, casting a shadow that was far longer and darker than it had any right to be. It didn't just lie on the grass. It seemed to sink into it, a black rent in the world's surface. I looked back at my house. The figure was still in the window, but it was no longer a silhouette of me. It was just a reflection now, a trick of the glass in the setting sun. The anchor had shifted. I had reclaimed the weight, but I had brought the dark back with me into the light. I wasn't a curator anymore. I wasn't a witness. I was the whole. I walked back toward Blackwood Drive. The neighbors were coming home now, the street filling with the sounds of garage doors opening and children being called for dinner. I walked past the Miller's red sedan. This time, as I passed, the car's alarm chirped, a frantic, electronic scream of protest. Mrs. Miller looked out her front window, her brow furrowed in confusion. She didn't see a ghost. She saw a man walking down the street, a man in a dark coat, his face obscured by the twilight. But as she watched me, she felt the temperature in her living room drop 10 degrees. She saw the shadows in the corners of her ceiling begin to stir, to lean toward her, as if drawn by a magnetic force. I didn't stop at my house. I didn't need the library or the books. I carried the inventory inside me now. Every step I took left a faint, soot-colored stain on the sidewalk. Every person I passed felt a prickling on the back of their neck, a sudden, inexplicable urge to check the locks on their doors. The transition hadn't failed. It had merely changed scale. The Obsidian City wasn't a place I had to go to. It was a place I was building, one shadow at a time, right here in the heart of the light world. I reached the center of the neighborhood park. I sat on a bench as the last of the sun dipped below the horizon. The streetlights flickered on, casting their sickly, yellow glow. I looked down at my shadow. It wasn't sitting on the bench with me. It was pacing. It was exploring the perimeter of the lamplight, its fingers brushing against the trunks of the trees. It was hungry. "Go ahead," I whispered. The shadow detached itself from my feet. It didn't disappear. It simply slid across the grass, a three-dimensional void that moved with predatory grace. It climbed the nearest oak tree, and as it touched the branches, the leaves turned gray and brittle, falling like ash in the wind. I watched as the dark began to spread, not as a natural progression of night, but as an infection. The streetlights began to dim, their filaments straining against an invisible pressure. The houses across the street seemed to recede, their colors bleeding out until they were nothing but gray sketches against a black sky. I realized then what the professor had meant. The hole wasn't where we went. It was what we became when we realized the light was just a thin, fragile skin. I closed my eyes and listened. I could hear them now, the others. Not just the curators on the obsidian ridges, but the ones like me, the ones who had been spat back into the light and had learned how to carry the dark within them. We were the new anchors. We were the pillars of a city that didn't need a foundation of glass because it was built on the silence of the living. A woman walked by, walking her dog. The dog stopped, baring its teeth at the empty air beside me. The woman pulled on the leash, her eyes wide with a sudden, nameless terror. She looked at me, and for a second our eyes met. She didn't see a neighbor. She saw the final fold. She saw the place where all her secrets were kept, where every fear she had ever suppressed was cataloged and filed. "It's okay," I said, my voice the sound of a heavy book closing. "I'm just organizing." She turned and ran, her heels clicking frantically on the pavement. Her shadow, however, lingered for a second. It looked at me, a silent, knowing gaze, before it was dragged away by its owner's flight. I smiled. The jagged rent in my face felt perfect. The shadows weren't crawling anymore. They were dancing. They were reclaiming the world inch by inch, breath by breath, and I was the conductor of their silent symphony. The view wasn't just spectacular, it was inevitable. I leaned back against the bench and waited for the stars to go out. I had all the time in the world, because in the dark, time doesn't pass. It just accumulates, and I was very, very heavy. The weight was a physical comfort, a leaden blanket draped over my newly solidified bones. I watched the woman disappear into the gloom of the suburban cul-de-sac, but I didn't need eyes to track her. I could feel the wake she left in the atmosphere, a thinning of the air, a frantic, vibrating heat that tasted of copper and adrenaline. To the world, she was a woman running home. To me, she was a flickering candle flame moving through a cathedral of ice. I stayed on the bench, my long, impossible shadow returning to my feet like a well-trained hound, its edges still flickering with the residual hunger of the trees it had touched. I looked at my hands again. They were no longer pale or gray. They were a deep, bruised indigo, the color of the sky 10 minutes after the sun has vanished. The skin was etched with fine silver lines, the dewy decimal system of a forgotten reality. I realized I could read them if I focused. On my left thumb, the record of a child's lost kite in 1954. Across my palm, the precise frequency of a scream uttered in a basement 3 towns over. I was no longer just the librarian. I was the library. The ink had soaked through the pages and into the skin of the man holding the book. The streetlights above the park began to buzz. It was a dying sound, a frantic mechanical heartbeat. One by one, they succumbed. It wasn't that the bulbs burned out. It was that the light they produced was being suffocated. The yellow glow didn't reach the ground anymore. It pooled around the glass casings, trapped in a sphere of its own making, unable to penetrate the thick, velvet density that now radiated from my seated form. I stood up and the world groaned. Not the world of wood and stone, but the world of the asterisk between asterisk. I began to walk back toward my house on Blackwood Drive. I wanted to see what had become of the me in the window. As I moved, the neighborhood changed. It was subtle at first. The manicured lawns didn't turn to ash, but they lost their green, becoming a uniform silvery gray, like a photograph left in the sun for 40 years. The houses seemed to lean inward, their architecture losing its sharp, 90-degree certainties. The corners softened, blurring into the shadows they cast. I passed the Miller house. The red sedan was still in the driveway, but it looked like a ghost of itself, its vibrant color drained into a dull, oxidized maroon. I could hear them inside. They were arguing about the power outage. "It's just the transformer, Diane." Mr. Miller's voice drifted through the walls. It sounded thin, like a recording played at the wrong speed. "The whole block is dark. Just find the flashlights." I stopped at their front gate. I reached out and touched the wood. It felt like touching a memory, hollow, fragile, and utterly devoid of substance. I let a sliver of my shadow slide from my fingertips and into the gatepost. The wood didn't break. It simply became less asterisk. The grain of the oak slowed down, the molecules deciding they no longer needed to hold onto one another so tightly. "There are no flashlights, Ted," Diane's voice came back. There was a new note in it now, a note I recognized from the Obsidian City. It was the sound of someone realizing the walls of their reality were made of paper. "I'm looking right at the drawer, but I can't. I can't remember what a flashlight looks like." I moved on. I didn't want to hurt them, but the dark is a hungry thing and it doesn't know how to be polite. It consumes because that is its nature. It fills the gaps. And right now, Blackwood Drive was nothing but gaps. I reached my own driveway. The house looked different now. It no longer looked like a suburban home. It looked like a monument. The dark figure was no longer in the upstairs window. The glass was shattered, the shards lying on the mulch below like fallen stars. I walked to the front door, which stood slightly ajar. The interior of the house was a revelation. The remnant had tried to push me out into the real world, but they had failed to realize that once you have seen the architecture of the folds, you can never truly unsee it. My living room was no longer a collection of IKEA furniture and framed prints. It was a junction. The sofa was a ridge of basalt. The television was a window into a static-filled void. The stairs were a jagged ascent into a sky that didn't exist. And standing in the center of the kitchen was the figure. It wasn't a silhouette anymore. It had taken on a shape that was a mockery of my own. It wore my clothes, but they were made of woven smoke. Its face was a smooth, featureless mask of gray ash, save for two hollow pits where the eyes should be. It was holding a teacup, a solid porcelain thing that looked absurd in its smoky grip. "You're late," the figure said. Its voice was my own, but echoed, as if spoken from the bottom of a very deep well. "I had to find my shadow," I replied. I walked into the kitchen, my footsteps heavy and resonant. The remnant thought they could divide us. The figure set the cup down on the counter. The porcelain clicked against the granite, a sharp, real sound that seemed to anchor the entire room. They didn't try to divide us. They tried to graft us. They wanted to see if a piece of the dark could survive in the light if it was forced to carry the burden of a soul. "And?" I asked, stepping closer. The figure turned its featureless face toward me. "The experiment was a success. You are the bridge. You are the thing that can walk in the sun and bring the night with you. The librarian was a prisoner of the obsidian, but you are the infection." I looked at the teacup. It was my favorite one, a blue ceramic mug with a chipped handle. I reached out to touch it, and for a moment, my hand and the figure's smoky fingers overlapped. There was no heat, no cold. There was only a profound sense of asterisk completion. I wasn't two beings. I was a single entity existing in two states of matter simultaneously. I was the solid man and the liquid shadow. I was the memory and the act of forgetting. "The professor was wrong," I whispered. "He thought we were witnesses. He thought we were here to record the end." "We aren't recording it," the figure said, its form beginning to bleed into mine, the smoke curling around my bruised indigo skin. "We are facilitating it." The house began to vibrate. The sound of the lawnmower I had heard earlier, the one in the distance, returned, but it was no longer a mundane sound. It was a roar, a mechanical scream of a world being ground into dust. The dog barking in the distance became a chorus of wolves. The hum of the refrigerator became the low-frequency thrum of the universe's heart slowing down. I walked to the shattered window in the upstairs bedroom. I looked out over Blackwood Drive. The transformation was accelerating. The streetlights were gone now, replaced by pillars of absolute blackness that reached up into the sky, blotting out the stars. The houses were dissolving, their shingles and bricks turning into the gray dust that had once covered my hands. I saw the Millers standing in their front yard. They weren't screaming. They were just standing there, their arms hanging limp at their sides, their eyes wide and vacant as the shadows from their own bodies rose up to embrace them. They weren't being killed, they were being archived. I felt a surge of something that might have been grief, but it was quickly overwritten by a cold, tectonic satisfaction. This was the order I had been seeking in the library. This was the final, perfect categorization. No more noise, no more decay, just the stillness of the record. I looked up at the sky. The moon was a pale, sickly thing, struggling to maintain its shape against the incroyable of the dark. Where does it go? I asked again, the same question I had whispered as a ghost. This time, I knew the answer. It doesn't go anywhere. It stays right here. It just changes its definition. I felt the last of the man in me slip away. The pale, trembling flesh was gone. The gray dust was gone. I was a pillar of indigo and smoke, a sentinel standing in the ruins of a suburban dream. I reached out a hand made of ink and old secrets, and I touched the air. The air rippled, it tore. Behind the veil of the blue sky, I saw it, the Obsidian City. It wasn't a different place. It was the same place seen without the filter of the light. Blackwood Drive was the ridge. The park was the valley of the spindly things. The people were the books waiting to be shelved. I stepped through the tier. The transition was silent. The roar of the world died away, replaced by the heavy, comforting hush of the library. I was back on the ridge, looking down at the infinite rows of shelves. But I wasn't alone this time. Behind me, thousands of shadows were stepping through their own tears. They were the people of Blackwood Drive, the people of the world, finally shed of their loud, vibrating shells. They moved with a slow, rhythmic grace, their forms settling into the architecture of the dark. I saw the professor. He was standing by a massive obsidian lectern, his eyes no longer feverish but calm. He looked at me and nodded. "The inventory is complete," he asked. "No," I said, my voice echoing across the endless expanse of the city. "It's just beginning. We have so many new volumes to sort." I looked down at my hands. They were solid again, but they were the color of the void. I picked up a book from a nearby shelf. It was a new one, its leather binding still warm. I opened it. The first page was a map of a small suburban street, Blackwood Drive. I turned the page. There was a drawing of a man standing in a park, casting a shadow that looked like a hole in the world. I smiled. I took a pen made of a bird's sharpened bone and dipped it into the ink of my own pulse. I began to write. "The shadows crawl across the walls," I wrote, the words appearing in silver on the black paper. Not because they want to find a way out, but because they are finally home. The city hummed in response. The spindly things moved among the shelves, their movements no longer terrifying but industrious. The remnant, those white, searing figures, were nowhere to be seen. They were a fever dream of the light, a temporary glitch in the eternal dark. I looked out over the ridges, over the millions of flickering candles that represented the recorded lives of 1 billion souls. I was the curator. I was the witness. I was the whole. And for the first time since I had seen the shadows crawl across my bedroom wall, I wasn't afraid. The dark wasn't hungry anymore. It was full. I closed the book and placed it on the shelf. I walked to the edge of the ridge and looked up. There was no sun. There was no moon. There was only the vast, beautiful, and absolute velvet of the Great Record. I sat down on the obsidian stone and let my shadow spread out around me. It didn't pace. It didn't hunt. It just rested. We were all resting now. The silence was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. It was a sound that had no beginning and no end. It was the sound of a story that had finally found its last page. I leaned back and closed my eyes, the silver lines on my skin glowing softly in the gloom. Part 9, I whispered to the empty air. The transition is complete. And in the depths of the library, 1,000 pages turned at once, a sound like the wings of a great dark bird taking flight. The shadows didn't crawl anymore. They were still, and in their stillness, the world was finally, perfectly, and irrevocably understood. The stillness did not last. It was a misconception of the newly initiated to believe that the end of the light meant the end of the work. As I sat upon the obsidian ridge, the silence began to fray at the edges, not with noise, but with the pressure of accumulation. The Great Record was not a stagnant pool. It was a rising tide. Every second that passed in the world above, the world that was currently folding itself into the gray pockets of the between, produced a fresh harvest of data. A final sigh, the cooling of a radiator, the last frantic thought of a dog realizing its master no longer smelled like skin and salt. I felt a tugging at the silver lines on my palms. It was a rhythmic, pulsing sensation, like a telegraph wire vibrating with an urgent message. I looked down at the valley floor. The spindly things, those faceless librarians who had once terrified me with their jerky, arachnid movements, were agitated. They were scuttling between the monolithic shelves with a frantic grace, their long limbs blurring into gray streaks. The influx, a voice rasped. I didn't turn. I knew the vibration of that voice. It was the professor, or what remained of him. He stood a few paces behind me, his form more translucent than mine, as if he were a sketch that had been partially erased. He was holding a ledger that seemed to weep black ink from its spine. The transition of a single street is a manageable entry, the professor continued, his eyes fixed on the horizon where the bruised indigo of my influence met the absolute void of the deeper folds. But you didn't just transition Blackwood Drive, did you? You opened the vein. You showed them the architecture. You made the dark, enviable asterisk. I gave them what they were already becoming, I said. My voice didn't disturb the air, it rearranged it. The light was a fever. I brought the cool of the evening. You brought the weight of the mountain, he countered, stepping closer. He pointed a thin, trembling finger toward the rift I had left open. Look, they aren't just coming, they are pouring. I followed his gaze. The rift wasn't a simple tear anymore. It had expanded into a great, jagged maw, a doorway the size of a cathedral. And through it, the real world was hemorrhaging. It wasn't just people. It was the conceptual weight of an entire civilization. I saw the shadows of skyscrapers leaning into the void, their glass windows shattering into diamonds of pure nothingness. I saw the collective memories of cities, the smell of rain on hot asphalt, the sound of a subway train, the taste of a first kiss, distilling into thick, viscous droplets of amber-colored shadow that fell into the valley below. The spindly things were waiting for it. They held out wide, shallow basins made of bone china, catching the memories as they fell. They were sorting them with terrifying speed, filing the rain on asphalt under asterisk sensory, transient and the subway noise under asterisk industrial, rhythmic decay asterisk. We are going to run out of room, the professor whispered. There was a genuine fear in his voice, a remnant of his human frailty. The library was designed for the slow harvest, for the natural attrition of the light. You've triggered a collapse. The inventory will be buried under the sheer mass of the unfiled. I stood up. The weight of my indigo skin felt heavier now, more I wasn't afraid of the mass. I was the librarian, and a library is only as great as its collection. Then we expand the shelves, I said. I walked toward the edge of the ridge. Below me, the obsidian city stretched out for what seemed like an eternity, but I could see the borders now. I could see where the carved stone gave way to the raw, unformed chaos of the void. It was a desert of gray mist, a place where gravity and time hadn't yet been invited to stay. I reached out with my hand, the one etched with the record of the child's lost kite. I didn't just touch the air, I gripped it. I felt the fabric of the between, the tensile strength of the reality that sat just behind the eyes of the living. I pulled. The ground beneath my feet groaned. A sound like 1,000 tectonic plates grinding together erupted from the depths. The obsidian ridge began to lengthen, stretching out into the gray mist like a cooling lava flow. New shelves erupted from the ground, jagged and black, rising hundreds of feet into the air in a single, fluid motion. They weren't carved by tools. They were grown from the sheer necessity of the record. "You're building it in real time," the professor gasped, falling to his knees as the ridge buckled and grew. "You're not just a curator, you're the architect." "The books need a home," I replied. As the new shelves solidified, the influx from the rift began to settle. The amber droplets of memory found their places. The shadows of the people of Blackwood Drive, and now, the shadows of people from cities I had never visited, began to climb the new ridges. They moved like sleepwalkers, their feet finding purchase on the obsidian as if they had lived here for centuries. I saw Diane Miller. She was no longer a woman who couldn't remember what a flashlight looked like. She was a slender, silver-gray shade, her form draped in a gown of woven smoke. She was carrying a book, her own book. She walked to a shelf on the newly formed ridge, found a vacant spot, and slid the volume into place with a click of finality. Then she sat down at the base of the shelf, her head leaning back against the cold stone, a look of profound peace on her featureless face. She was filed, she was safe. But as I watched her, a flicker of white light caught my eye. It was a sharp, needle-like prick of brilliance, dancing at the very edge of the rift. It wasn't the warm, yellow light of the sun or the sickly glow of the streetlights. It was the cold, sterile white of the remnant. They weren't gone. "They won't let it go," the professor said, his voice sinking to a terrified whimper. "The remnant, they represent the preservation. They are the ones who believe the light must be maintained, no matter how thin, no matter how hollow. They see your completion as a cancer." The white spark grew. It began to multiply. Dozens, then hundreds of the white figures appeared at the mouth of the rift. They didn't walk like the shadows. They hovered, their movements precise and geometric. They carried long, thin rods of incandescent glass that hummed with a high-pitched, agonizing frequency. They stepped into the obsidian city, and where their feet touched the ground, the stone bleached white. The shadows nearby shrieked, a sound like tearing silk, and vanished into puffs of gray ash. "They are erasing the records," I hissed. The cold, tectonic satisfaction I had felt earlier vanished, replaced by a searing, indigo rage. This was my library. These were my volumes. Every life that had transitioned was a precious, heavy thing, a truth that had been rescued from the lie of the light. To erase them was the ultimate sacrilege. I didn't descend the ridge. I didn't need to. I reached into my own chest, into the place where the whole resided, and I pulled out a handful of the darkness that lived there. It felt like cold mercury, heavy and restless. I flung it toward the remnant. The darkness didn't fly through the air. It traveled through the shadows. It raced across the ground, a wave of absolute blackness that swallowed the white bleaching of the stone. When it reached the first of the remnant, it didn't just cover them, it unraveled them. The white figures vibrated, their geometric precision shattering into jagged shards of light before being snuffed out by the mercury dark. But for every one I destroyed, 3 more appeared. They were pouring through the rift now, a phalanx of blinding sterility. They began to strike the shelves with their glass rods. Every strike caused a volume to burst into flames, not orange fire, but a cold, white combustion that left nothing behind, not even ash. "Stop," I screamed, the sound shaking the very foundations of the city. The remnant didn't stop. They didn't have ears to hear or hearts to feel. They were a celestial immune response, a collective instinct designed to purge the dark. I looked at the professor. He was fading, his form becoming so thin I could see the obsidian through his chest. "How do I close the rift?" I demanded. "How do I lock the doors?" The professor looked at me, and for a second the old man was back, the man who had spent his life in dusty basements, dreaming of the fold. "You can't lock the door from the inside, Elias. Not when you are the one who turned the key. The only way to close the rift is to become the seal." "I am the seal. I am the librarian." "No," he said, his voice barely a breath. "You are still a resident. You still have a name. You still have a memory of the sun. To seal the rift, you have to give up the last of the light within you. You have to become so heavy that the rift can no longer support your mass. You have to fall." I looked back at the rift. Beyond the white glare of the remnant, I could see the remnants of the world I had left. I saw a tree, still green, its leaves shivering in a wind I could no longer feel. I saw a discarded bicycle lying on a sidewalk. I saw the sky, a pale, beautiful blue that seemed so fragile, so impossibly thin. If I closed the rift, that world would be gone to me forever. I would never again know the warmth of a cup of tea, the sound of rain on a roof, or the simple, uncomplicated joy of a morning that promised nothing but more light. I would be the eternal guardian of a tomb, a cataloger of ghosts. A white rod struck the shelf where Diane Miller sat. She didn't scream. She simply dissolved, her book turning into a cloud of white sparks. The rage returned, colder and deeper than before. The light was a lie. It was a flickering candle that promised warmth but only delivered shadows. It was a thin skin over a vast, aching truth. I turned away from the blue sky. "I am ready," I said. I didn't walk toward the remnant. I walked toward the center of the city, toward the great pillar where the first records were kept. This was the anchor point of the entire fold. I climbed the spiral staircase made of petrified silence until I reached the very top, a platform that hung over the infinite abyss of the valley. I looked down at my hands. The silver lines were glowing with a fierce, violet intensity. I began to speak, not words but the records themselves. I recited the frequency of the scream in the basement. I recited the color of the lost kite. I recited the Dewey Decimal number of every soul I had ever encountered. As I spoke, I felt my body changing. The indigo skin began to harden into obsidian. The smoke of my form condensed into solid, unyielding stone. I was no longer a man. I was a monument. I was becoming the very architecture I had sought to protect. The weight was incredible. It was the weight of 1 billion lives, 1 trillion secrets, the collective gravity of everything that had ever been forgotten. The rift began to tremble. The white figures of the remnant stopped their destruction. They looked up, their featureless faces tilting toward the great pillar. They sensed the shift in mass. They sensed the arrival of something they couldn't erase. I took one last breath. It tasted of dust and old paper. "I am the final fold," I whispered. I stepped off the edge of the platform. I didn't fall fast. I fell with the slow, inevitable grace of a collapsing star. As I descended, the darkness followed me, a massive, swirling cloak that blotted out the light of the remnant. The rift began to contract, drawn in by the sheer gravitational pull of my transformation. The white figures tried to flee, but they were caught in the wake of my descent. They were crushed by the weight of the records I carried. their glass rods shattering, their light extinguished by the density of my indigo soul. The rift narrowed to a sliver. I saw a final glimpse of the blue sky. It looked like a dream I had once had, a long time ago, in a life that belonged to someone else. Then the sliver vanished. The sound of the closing was not a bang. It was the sound of a heavy book finally being shut. Thump. I hit the floor of the valley, but there was no impact. I simply became part of the foundation. My obsidian form merged with the ground, my silver lines spreading out like a map across the entire city. I was the floor, the walls, and the ceiling. I was the shelves and the books and the silence between the words. The remnant were gone. The city was dark again, save for the soft, bioluminescent glow of the records. The spindly things returned to their work. They moved across my new, expansive skin with their delicate, clicking steps. They picked up the volumes that had survived the white fire and began to reshelve them. I felt them. I felt every step, every touch. It didn't hurt. It felt like a caress. The professor was gone, his work finished. I was the only one left who remembered the light, but even that memory was fading, being filed away under asterisk obsolete, theoretical. I looked inward into the vast, silent library of my own being. I found a small, quiet corner, a shelf that held only a few volumes. I reached out not with hands but with a thought, and opened the book titled Asterisk Elias. The pages were blank. I didn't mind. A blank page is just a place where the dark hasn't yet written its truth. I settled into the obsidian, the weight of the world a comforting blanket over my soul. The shadows weren't crawling anymore. They were home, and I was the house that held them. The silence was absolute. The record was closed. And in the heart of the obsidian city, the librarian finally slept, dreaming of a world where the stars never went out, because they had never been lit in the first place. The sleep of a monument is not like the sleep of a man. It is not a cessation of consciousness, but an expansion of it until the self becomes a thin, translucent film stretched over the entirety of existence. I did not dream in images. I dreamed in data. I felt the slow, rhythmic compression of the shelves as they settled into the bedrock of the void. I felt the microscopic friction of the librarian's hooked feet as they navigated the vertical labyrinth of the new wing. Most of all, I felt the steady, cooling pulse of the transition. Blackwood Drive was no longer a place of wood and brick. It had been distilled. It was now a series of interconnected cross-references in the Great Record. The sound of Mrs. Gable's wind chimes had been transcribed into a mathematical sequence of descending tones, filed under acoustics, domestic melancholy asterisk. The smell of the bakery on the corner was now a chemical formula stored in a pressurized glass vial on the third tier. I was the vessel for it all. My consciousness was the ink, and the obsidian was the paper. But even in this state of total integration, a tremor disturbed the marrow of my stone. It began as a faint, discordant vibration, a frequency that didn't belong to the library's natural resonance. It wasn't the sterile, piercing white of the remnant, nor was it the heavy, velvet thrum of the shadows. It was something messier, something organic. It was a heartbeat. I felt it thumping against the floor of the central hall, a frantic, uneven rhythm that sent ripples through my sensory network. Someone, something, was still alive, not transitioned, not recorded, not filed. A living, breathing anomaly had bypassed the seal. I pulled my consciousness back from the walls, drawing the silver lines of my being toward a single point of focus. It was an agonizing process, like peeling a scab that covered an entire world. I manifested a form on the floor of the hall, the obsidian rising and shaping itself into the likeness of the man I used to be, though my skin remained the color of a bruised midnight, and my eyes were two pits of swirling stardust. The hall was vast, the ceiling lost in a haze of indigo smoke. In the center of the polished floor, huddled against the base of a monolithic shelf, was a child. He couldn't have been more than 7. He wore a yellow raincoat that looked violently bright against the monochrome somberness of the library. He was clutching a plastic dinosaur to his chest, his knuckles white, his breath coming in ragged, sobbing gasps that tasted of salt and terror. I stepped forward. My feet made no sound on the stone, but the boy flinched as if I had screamed. He looked up, his eyes wide and wet, reflecting the silver glow of my skin. "Where's my mom?" he whispered. The question hit me with the force of a physical blow. It was a query of the light. It was a request for a specific, localized entity defined by affection and biological proximity. In the library, there were no moms. There were only asterisk maternal vectors and biological precedence asterisk. "She is recorded," I said, my voice sounding like the grinding of tectonic plates. I tried to soften it, but a mountain cannot whisper. "She has been preserved. She is safe from the fading." The boy didn't understand. He looked around at the towering shelves, at the spindly librarians who were frozen in the shadows above, their many-jointed limbs tensed as they watched the intruder. To him, this wasn't a sanctuary. It was a tomb. "I want to go home," he sobbed, the dinosaur clicking against his teeth as he shivered. "It's too dark. I don't like the quiet." I looked at the boy, and for the first time since I had stepped off the ridge, I felt a flicker of the old Elias. I remembered the fear of the closet. I remembered the way the shadows used to pace in the corners of my bedroom, waiting for the nightlight to fade. I had spent my life trying to conquer that fear by becoming the thing I feared, but looking at this child, I realized the transition wasn't universal. Some souls weren't ready for the weight of the wrecker. Some souls were still tethered to the flicker. "How did you get here?" I asked, kneeling so that I was at his level. My presence caused the shadows around us to bow, creating a circle of absolute stillness. "The hole in the closet," he said, wiping his nose with his sleeve. "I followed the cat. The cat went into the shadows and didn't come back. I thought he was playing." I searched my internal index. Feline, domestic, black and white, named socks. I found the entry instantly. The cat had transitioned 3 minutes before the seal had closed. It was currently filed in the asterisk biological, sentient/subhuman asterisk section, resting comfortably in a state of perpetual nap. But the boy had slipped through the closing rift. He was a fragment of the old world caught in the gears of the new one. He was a leak in the vacuum. "You cannot stay here," I told him. "The air here is not for breathing. It is for preserving. Eventually, the silence will fill your lungs and you will become a book before your story is finished." "Then let me out," he pleaded, reaching out a small, warm hand. I hesitated. My fingers, long and tipped with obsidian claws, hovered near his skin. If I touched him, the silver lines of my grace might begin the transition process. I might accidentally start filing him. "The door is closed," I said. "I am the seal. To open it again would invite the remnant back. They would bleach this place. They would erase your mother. They would erase everything." "But I'm scared," he whispered. I looked up at the great record. I saw the millions of volumes, the billions of lives held in perfect, frozen stasis. I had built this place to be a fortress against the entropy of the light, a place where nothing would ever be lost again. But by saving the story, had I killed the reader? The vibration returned, but this time it wasn't the boy's heartbeat. It was a response from the depths of the library itself. The shadows were beginning to stir, not with malice, but with a strange, collective curiosity. They had never encountered a living thing before, not since the transition began. To them, the boy was a source of noise in a perfect signal. The spindly librarians began to descend from the heights. They didn't scuttle, they drifted, their long, needle-like fingers twitching. They weren't trying to hurt him, they were trying to categorize him. They wanted to measure his pulse, to record the exact shade of his yellow raincoat, to harvest the salt from his tears. "Back," I commanded, my voice rippling through the hall. The librarians paused, their faceless heads tilting in unison. They obeyed, but they didn't leave. They hovered in the periphery, waiting for the librarian to finish his business so they could begin theirs. I knew then what I had to do. The boy was a paradox. If he stayed, he would die and become a record. If I opened the rift to let him out, I risked the destruction of the entire archive. But there was a third option, one the professor had never mentioned. The between wasn't just a destination, it was a transit system. "Hold on to your toy," I told the boy. I stood up and reached into the air. I didn't pull at the fabric of the world this time. I reached into the asterisk subtext asterisk. I looked for the spaces between the shelves, the gaps in the record where the unwritten resided. Every library has them. The margins, the end papers, the blank spaces where the ink failed to take hold. I found a vein of raw, unformed potential, a path that led back toward the surface but bypassed the main rift. It was a narrow, treacherous route, a shortcut through the subconscious of the world. I didn't touch the boy's hand. Instead, I wrapped him in a cloak of my own shadow, a layer of indigo protection that would shield him from the crushing pressure of the deep record. He gasped as the darkness swirled around him, but he didn't scream. He felt the coolness of it, the way it dampened the sound of his own fear. "Follow the silver line," I said, pointing toward a thin, glowing thread that I had spun from the palm of my hand. The thread stretched out into the darkness, snaking between the monolithic shelves and disappearing into a crevice in the far wall. "Do not look back. Do not stop to read the titles on the books. Just run." "Will I see my mom?" he asked, his voice muffled by the shadow cloak. "One day," I lied. Or perhaps it wasn't a lie. In the great record, everyone meets eventually. But for now, you must go back to the sun. You must finish your chapter. The boy looked at the silver thread, then back at me. For a moment, his fear was replaced by a strange, solemn understanding. He saw the weight I was carrying. He saw the loneliness of the stone. "Thank you, Mr. Shadow," he said. Then he ran. I watched him go, a small yellow spark chasing a silver line through the vast, dark halls of my heart. I felt his progress through the library's anatomy. I felt him move through the asterisk section of Lost Keys asterisk, past the asterisk vault of unspoken words, and up into the asterisk attic of half-remembered dreams asterisk. As he moved, the library groaned. The void didn't like to let go of what it had claimed. The pressure mounted, the obsidian walls cracking as I forced the path to stay open. The spindly librarians hissed, their needles clicking in frustration. They wanted that boy. They wanted his heartbeat for the collection. I held the path open with the sheer force of my will. I poured my own essence into the cracks, my indigo skin turning a dull, ashen gray as I depleted my reserves. I felt the remnants scratching at the other side of the reality, sensing the leak, trying to find a way back in. Go, I thought, the word echoing through every shelf. Go before the weight becomes too much. Finally, I felt it, a sudden, sharp intake of breath, the smell of rain, the sound of a distant car horn. The boy had crossed the threshold. He was back in the world of the flicker. The path snapped shut. The backlash was immense. I was thrown back against the great pillar, my form shattering into 1,000 jagged shards of obsidian. The hall plunged into a deeper, more absolute darkness as the silver glow of my skin extinguished. For a long time there was nothing, no thought, no record, just the cold, silent vacuum of the void. Then slowly, the library began to heal. The shards of my body pulled themselves back together, drawn by the magnetic pull of the great record. I reformed at the base of the pillar, but I was different. The silver lines on my skin were dimmer now, etched with the scars of the effort. My eyes were no longer stardust. They were flat, black stones. I stood up, my joints creaking like ancient doors. The librarians were back at work, their agitation forgotten. The routine had resumed. The transition was once again stable. I walked to the shelf where the boy had been huddled. I looked at the floor. There, lying in the dust, was a small, plastic dinosaur. He had dropped it in his hurry to be gone. I picked it up. It felt impossibly light, a hollow piece of molded plastic that represented nothing but a child's whim. It had no place in the great record. It was trash. It was noise. I looked at it for a long time. Then, I walked to a vacant spot on the nearest shelf, between a volume on the history of dust and a record of asterisk unfinished symphonies asterisk. I placed the dinosaur on the shelf. The library vibrated in protest. The system tried to reject it. The obsidian groaned, trying to spit the plastic toy back out. It didn't fit the cataloging system. It had no Dewey Decimal number. It was a physical object in a world of concepts. "Violet," I whispered. I reached out and touched the dinosaur with a finger. I didn't transition it. I didn't turn it into a record. I simply gave it a space. I carved a small, custom niche into the stone, a pocket of air where the toy could sit, exactly as it was. Item 1, plastic dinosaur. Category, the one who got away. The library settled. The protest faded into a low, begrudging hum. The entry was accepted. I sat down at the base of the shelf, my back against the cold stone. I was the librarian, the architect, and the seal. I had saved the world from the fading, and I had saved a child from the saving. I closed my eyes. The silence was still the most beautiful thing I had ever heard, but now it had a flavor. It tasted of the yellow raincoat. It tasted of the sun I would never see again. Deep in the stacks, 1,000 pages turned at once. Another city was beginning to fail. Another harvest was ready. I didn't move. I stayed in the dark, watching over the dinosaur, while the shadows crawled across the walls of my heart, writing the story of the end of everything. And for the first time, I wondered who would be left to read it. The answer, of course, was me. It was always me. I reached out and touched the spine of the book next to me. It was Diane Miller's record. I didn't open it. I just felt the vibration of her existence through the cover. She was sleeping. They were all sleeping. I leaned my head back and let the indigo smoke fill my vision. The great record was vast, beautiful, and absolute. It was the perfect ending to a messy, imperfect story. But as I drifted back into the sleep of the monument, a single, stray thought flickered in the back of my mind, a piece of data that refused to be filed. I hope he found his cat. The thought was filed under sentiment, residual asterisk, and then, finally, the librarian was still. The silence that followed the boy's departure was not the same as the silence that had preceded it. It was heavier, seasoned with the intrusive knowledge of the outside. Before, the library had been a completed equation, a closed loop of perfect preservation. Now, it felt like a house with a draft. I could feel the microscopic tear in the fabric of the great record where the silver thread had burned through the subtext. It was a scar on my own skin, a jagged line of static in a world of pure signal. I remained seated at the base of the shelf, my obsidian fingers resting near the plastic dinosaur. The spindly librarians did not approach me. They sensed the change in my resonance, the way my frequency had jagged and frayed. They continued their work in the upper tiers, their many-jointed limbs clicking like knitting needles as they woven the latest intake into the tapestry of the void. A new influx was beginning. I felt it as a cold pressure against the soles of my feet. A small town in the Midwest was being transcribed. I felt the sudden, sharp condensation of 1,000 lives, the smell of rain on hot asphalt, the specific creak of a porch swing, the bitter taste of a burnt cup of coffee in a diner. These things were being stripped of their temporality, their atoms replaced by the enduring geometry of the record. I should have been joyful. This was the harvest. This was the salvation the professor had promised. But as the data flowed through me, I found myself filtering it through the lens of the boy. I didn't see atmospheric conditions, precipitation. I saw a child splashing in a puddle. I didn't see acoustics, rhythmic friction. I saw an old woman waiting for a son who would never arrive. The transition was turning the poetry of existence into a technical manual. I stood up, my body protesting with the sound of grinding flint. I needed to see the professor. I needed to know if he had foreseen the noise. I needed to know if the librarian was allowed to keep a toy on a shelf. I moved through the central hall, my shadow stretching out before me like a spilled inkwell. The architecture of the library was shifting, expanding to accommodate the new town. Walls of polished basalt rose from the floor, their surfaces already etched with the names of the newly deceased, or rather, the newly eternal. I found the professor in the asterisk sanctum of Prime Directives Asterisk, a circular chamber at the very heart of the Obsidian City. He wasn't a man anymore, not even in the fractured way I was a man. He had become a pillar of light, not the bleached, aggressive white of the remnant, but a soft, flickering amber, like a candle trapped in a block of ice. He was the core processor of the entire archive, the heat sink for the world's redirected energy. Elias, his voice vibrated through the floor. It didn't come from a mouth, it came from the stone itself. You have been active. I felt a surge in the margins, a leakage of grace. A child, I said, my voice echoing in the hollow chamber. He fell through the rift before the seal took hold. The amber light pulsed, a slow, rhythmic throb, a statistical inevitability. The transition is a violent process. Fragments will always be displaced. Did you record him? I let him go, I said. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the clicking of the librarians in the distance seemed to stop. The amber pillar flared, casting long, distorted shadows against the walls. You opened the seal, the professor said. The vibration was lower now, a dangerous growl in the bedrock. You risked the integrity of the great record for a single, unrefined biological unit. You invited the remnant to the doorstep of eternity. I used the subtext, I countered, my own shadow rising to meet his light. I didn't open the door. I found a gap in the margins. He is back in the flicker. The archive is secure. The archive is never secure while the flicker remains, the professor hissed. The light is a rot, Elias. It consumes everything it touches. It turns memory into ash. We are the only thing standing between existence and the great forgetting. And you chose a moment of sentiment over the preservation of an Ian. He was afraid, I said, and the word felt small and pathetic in the face of the professor's cold logic. He didn't want to be a record. He wanted his mother. His mother is on shelf 402, tier 9, row C, the professor snapped. She is perfect. She is unchanging. She will never grow old, never forget his name, never die. You have denied him the only version of her that lasts. I gave him the version of her that breathes, I said. I stepped closer to the pillar of amber light. I could see the data streaming through him. Millions of lines of code, billions of lives, all being compressed and filed. It was beautiful in a terrifying, sterile way. It was a graveyard that called itself a garden. Is this it then? I asked. Are we just the caretakers of a mausoleum? Is there no room for the messy things, the things that don't fit into a category? There is no room for error, the professor replied. The remnant are searching for any flaw, any crack in our resolve. They want to bleach the world because they cannot control the dark. If we allow ourselves to be messy, we become vulnerable to their light. We must be as cold and as hard as the obsidian we inhabit. He pulsed again, a wave of cold energy washing over me. The boy was a mistake. Your reaction to him was a malfunction. I will recalibrate your sensory network. We cannot afford a librarian who feels the weight of the books he carries. I felt his will reaching out, a series of sharp, analytical probes intended to smooth over the jagged edges of my consciousness. He wanted to file away the memory of the yellow raincoat. He wanted to turn the plastic dinosaur into a mathematical error and delete it. I recoiled. The silver lines on my skin flared with a sudden defensive heat. No. Elias, do not resist. You are part of the system now. You are the system. I am the librarian, I snarled, the obsidian of my arms cracking as I flexed them. I decide what is kept. I decide what is recorded, and I am keeping the boy. I am keeping the fear. I am keeping the noise. I turned and walked out of the sanctum. The professor's voice pursued me, a low-frequency hum of disapproval, but I didn't stop. I moved back through the shifting halls, past the rows of silent, perfect lives. I reached the shelf where I had placed the dinosaur. It was still there, a bright, defiant speck of yellow in the indigo gloom. But something was wrong. The spindly librarians were gathered around the shelf. They weren't touching the toy, but they were circling it, their long fingers twitching in a rhythmic, coordinated pattern. They were singing. It wasn't a sound humans could hear. It was a vibration in the subtext, a series of descending tones that felt like a funeral dirge. They were trying to solve the dinosaur. They were attempting to break it down into its constituent parts, the chemical formula of the plastic, the wavelength of the yellow pigment, the molecular structure of the air trapped inside it, so they could file it away and erase its physical presence. Get away from it, I commanded. The librarians didn't move. They weren't under my direct control anymore. They were responding to the professor's recalibration. They were the immune system of the library, and they had identified the toy as a pathogen. I lunged forward, my obsidian hand sweeping the librarians aside. They were light, their bodies made of nothing but shadow and intent, and they scattered like dead leaves. I grabbed the plastic dinosaur and clutched it to my chest. It felt warm. I stared at it. It shouldn't have been warm. Nothing in the library had a temperature other than the baseline cold of the void. But the toy was radiating a faint, pulsing heat, as if it had retained a memory of the boy's hand. Or perhaps it was something else. I looked at the silver lines on my own palms. They were glowing brighter now, pulsing in sync with the heat of the toy. The grace I had taken from the ridge, the light I had stolen from the remnant, wasn't just a power source. It was a catalyst. The professor had called the light a rot. He said it consumed everything. But the light was also change. It was the spark that allowed a story to move from one page to the next. The library was a place of no change, a place where the story had ended. By bringing the light into the dark, I hadn't just saved the records. I had introduced the possibility of an ending. I looked up at the towering shelves. If I continued to hold this light, if I continued to protect the noise, the library would eventually begin to burn. Not with the white fire of the remnant, but with the slow, internal combustion of a story that refused to be finished. The records would start to change. The mothers on the shelves would start to miss their sons. The cities would start to remember the sun. The great record would become a living thing again, and living things die. A shadow fell over me. I didn't need to turn around to know that the professor had left his sanctum. The amber light of his presence was reflecting off the polished floor, turning the indigo smoke into a muddy, sickly orange. "You are holding a spark in a tinderbox, Elias," the professor said. He had manifested a form now, a tall, translucent figure wrapped in robes of shifting data. His eyes were two burning suns of logic. "You think you are being kind. You think you are being human. But you are only bringing the fading into the sanctuary. If you do not give me that object, if you do not allow the recalibration, you will destroy everything we have built. Maybe it needs to be destroyed, I said, my voice steady. Maybe a world that can't hold a child's toy isn't a world worth saving. It is the only asterisk world left, the professor roared, and the library shook to its foundations. Books tumbled from the upper tiers, their pages fluttering like wounded birds. The spindly librarian shrieked and retreated into the heights. Beyond these walls, there is only the white, only the erasure. I have given you eternity, and you are throwing it away for a piece of trash. I'm not throwing it away, I said. I looked at the dinosaur, then back at the professor. I'm giving it a soul. I closed my eyes and reached deep into the core of my being. I found the silver lines, the stolen grace of the remnant, and I began to pull. I didn't use it to shield or to seal. I used it to infuse asterisk. I poured the light into the plastic dinosaur. The toy began to glow. The yellow plastic became translucent, then radiant. The heat intensified until it was a searing brand against my skin. I felt the library screaming around me, the obsidian walls cracking, the very air beginning to hum with the impossible presence of a living flame. Stop, the professor cried, reaching out with hands of amber fire. But it was too late. The light had found a home. The plastic dinosaur didn't melt. It transformed asterisk. It became a beacon, a localized sun that illuminated the dark corners of the central hall. The light hit the nearby shelves, and for the first time, the records didn't just sit there. They reacted. I heard a soft, collective sigh from the volumes. The names on the spines began to shimmer. The data began to flow, not into the central processor, but into the air, creating a swirling aurora of memories. I saw Mrs. Gable's wind chimes, not as a mathematical sequence, but as a shimmering ghost of sound that drifted through the hall. I smelled the bakery. I felt the rain. The library was no longer a tomb. It was a dream. The professor recoiled, his amber form flickering as the new light overwhelmed his own. "What have you done?" he whispered, his voice fading. "You've made it imperfect." "I've made it real," I said. I stood up, the glowing dinosaur held aloft like a torch. The light was spreading, jumping from shelf to shelf, waking the sleeping stories. It wasn't the bleaching white of the remnant. It was the warm, messy gold of a summer afternoon. The shadows weren't disappearing. They were changing. They were becoming the depth in the picture, the contrast that allowed the light to have meaning. They were no longer crawling. They were dancing. I looked at my own hands. The silver lines were gone, replaced by a soft, golden glow that emanated from beneath my skin. I was still made of obsidian, but I was no longer a cold monument. I was a vessel for the flicker. I looked toward the far wall where the seal still held firm against the outside world. The remnant were still out there, waiting in their sterile white void. They would see this light. They would come for it. But they wouldn't find a silent archive. They would find a world that was learning how to breathe again. I walked toward the great pillar, the librarians parting before me like water. They didn't hiss anymore. They watched me with a strange, burgeoning awareness. They were no longer just tools. They were the witnesses to a new beginning. I placed the glowing dinosaur at the base of the pillar, the heart of the library. The light pulsed outward, a golden heartbeat that shook the city. "The record is open," I said, and my voice was no longer the grinding of stone. It was the sound of a page turning. I sat down next to the toy and waited. I knew the professor was wrong. The light wasn't a rock, and the dark wasn't a prison. They were the two halves of a story that was only just beginning. In the distance, I heard a faint, melodic sound. It was the wind chimes on Blackwood Drive. I smiled, and for the first time in an eternity, the librarian slept. Not the sleep of a monument, but the sleep of a man who knows that tomorrow, the stars might just come back out. The warmth did not stay confined to the plastic. It bled into the basalt floor, traveling like a subterranean river of molten gold, mapping the ley lines of the library's foundation. I watched, my obsidian vision vibrating as the light touched the first row of the Great Record. These were the foundational texts, the oldest souls, the ones who had been compressed so tightly they had nearly become diamond. When the glow hit them, they didn't just shimmer, they exhaled. A low, harmonic hum rose from the shelves, the sound of a billion sighs caught in a single throat. The professor's form was flickering now, his amber light looking sickly and jaundiced against the vibrant, living gold of the dinosaur's radiation. He looked like a photograph left too long in the sun, his edges fraying into static. He reached out a hand, his fingers elongating into data streams, trying to catch the escaping memories, to shove them back into their alphabetical prisons. "You are unraveling the tapestry," he cried, and the sound was like glass breaking in a vacuum. "The sequence, the entropy, you are inviting the heat death of the soul." "I'm inviting the spring," I said. I stood up, feeling the weight of my own limbs change. I was no longer a statue, I was a conductor. I walked toward the nearest shelf, row A, tier 1. This was the archive of the first arrivals, the ones who had been taken when the professor's machine was new and hungry. I pulled a volume at random. It was heavy, the leather binding cold and unresponsive. But as I held it, the gold light from the floor climbed up my legs, through my torso, and spilled out of my fingertips into the cover. The book didn't just open, it bloomed. The pages began to turn themselves, whipped by a phantom wind. Images didn't stay flat on the paper. They projected into the indigo air like holographic ghosts. I saw a man in a flat cap leaning against a brick wall, lighting a pipe. The smell of cherry tobacco hit me with the force of a physical blow. I saw a young woman laughing, her hair caught in a breeze that I could suddenly feel against my own stony cheeks. These weren't data points. They weren't subject, female, age, 24, disposition, joyful. They were the things themselves. The woman's laughter echoed through the central hall, a silver bell ringing in a cathedral of silence. The spindly librarians recoiled at first, their many-jointed limbs clicking in frantic binary. But then, one by one, they stopped. They tilted their featureless heads. They began to drift toward the laughter, drawn by a gravity they hadn't been programmed to understand. "Elia, stop this," the professor pleaded. He was shrinking, his pillar of light collapsing in on itself as the library's central processor began to bypass his authority. "If the records become sentient, they cannot be archived. They will change, they will evolve, they will eventually, they will want to leave." "Let them," I said. I moved to the next shelf. I was running now, my heavy feet striking the stone with a rhythmic thunder. With every step, I trailed a wake of gold. I ran my hands along the spines of 1,000 books, and behind me, the library ignited. It wasn't a fire that consumed, it was a fire that restored. The indigo smoke was being bleached away, replaced by a sky of shifting colors. The bruised purple of a sunset, the pale rose of a dawn, the deep, aching blue of a midsummer noon. The Great Record was breaking its banks. The outside that the professor so feared was being recreated inside the archive. I reached the section where Diane Miller's record sat. I didn't need to touch it. The light was already there. I saw her, not the record of her, but her asterisk. She was standing by her bed, looking at her hands. She looked up as I passed, and for a fleeting second our eyes met. There was no fear in them, only a profound, bewildered recognition. "Is it time?" she whispered. Her voice wasn't a vibration in the stone. It was air. It was life. "It's whatever you want it to be, Diane," I told her, and I kept running. I reached the great seal at the far end of the hall, the massive obsidian slab that separated our sanctuary from the white rot of the remnant. I could feel them on the other side. They were pressing against the stone, their bleached, sterile light humming with a predatory hunger. They had sensed the change. They thought the library was failing. They thought the door was finally rotting away. The professor appeared beside me, his form now little more than a translucent shimmer. They will kill us all, Elias. They will turn this beauty into a blank page. You have opened the veins of the world and the sharks are circling. They aren't sharks, I said, looking at the seal. They're just people who forgot how to have shadows. They think the light is the only thing that matters because they've been staring at the sun for too long. I placed both hands on the great seal. The silver lines that had once lived in my skin were gone, but the golden heat in my core was screaming to be let out. I wasn't the librarian anymore. I was the breach. "What are you doing?" the professor hissed. "I'm finishing the story," I said. I didn't push the door. I didn't try to hold it shut. I simply stopped being the barrier. I allowed the light of the records, the messy, chaotic, beautiful light of 1 billion reconstructed lives, to flow through me and into the seal. The obsidian didn't crack, it dissolved. The white light of the remnant poured in, a blinding, soul-scouring blizzard of pure erasure. For a moment, it seemed like the professor was right. The white met the gold, and the world became a scream of static. The holographic ghosts of the records flickered and paled. The smell of tobacco and rain vanished, replaced by the ozone sting of the void. The professor vanished, his amber light swallowed by the bleached hunger of the outside. "We are lost," his final vibration echoed. "We are forgotten." But I didn't move. I stood in the center of the storm, clutching the memory of a yellow raincoat and a plastic dinosaur. I held onto the noise. I held onto the sentiment, residual. The remnant flowed over me, their faceless, glowing forms like a tide of ghosts. They moved into the library, their hands outstretched to bleach the colors and silence the songs. They reached for the shelves, for the people who were standing in the aisles, for the golden dinosaur at the base of the pillar. And then, something happened that the professor's logic could never have predicted. The remnant touched the gold and they didn't erase it. The gold erased the white. When a remnant soldier touched a record that was alive with memory, the soldier's own bleached form began to bleed. Color seeped into their translucent limbs. Shadows began to pool under their feet. The absolute, terrifying purity of their light was shattered by the simple, heavy truth of a human life. I watched as one of the remnant, a towering figure of blinding radiance, reached for the ghost of the woman laughing. As his hand touched her shoulder, the white light of his arm turned to flesh. A sleeve of rough wool appeared. A face began to resolve under the hood of light, a face lined with age, with grief, with 1,000 forgotten sunsets. He didn't destroy her, she remembered him. The library wasn't being consumed, it was being shared. The remnant weren't an invading army, they were a starved population finding a feast. They had spent an eon trying to bleach the world because they were empty, and the library was finally full. The white blizzard began to soften. The aggressive, blinding light mellowed into a gentle, diffused glow. The remnant were no longer a tide. They were individuals, wandering through the rows of books, touching the projected memories, rediscovering the weight of their own names. I sank to my knees, the effort of holding the breach finally taking its toll. My obsidian skin was cracking, but not from the professor's recalibration. It was falling away in flakes like old bark. Underneath, I could see something pale and soft. I could feel the thumping of a heart, not a mechanical pulse of data, but the frantic, wonderful drumbeat of a living thing. I looked down at the plastic dinosaur. It was no longer glowing. It was just a toy again, sitting on the floor of a library that had no walls. The obsidian city was gone. The shelves were still there, but they were no longer made of basalt. They were made of wood, of light, of the very air itself. The ceiling had vanished, replaced by a sky that was neither indigo nor white, but a deep, velvet black, salted with 1 billion stars. The great record was no longer a collection of books. It was the world. I saw Diane Miller walking toward me. She wasn't a projection anymore. She was wearing a simple blue dress, and her feet made a soft, scuffing sound on the grass that was growing between the rows of books. "Elias?" she asked. Her voice was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. "I think so," I said, my voice cracking. I reached up and touched my face. It was wet. I was crying. I didn't know how to file that. I didn't want to. She sat down beside me in the grass. Around us, the people of the library and the people of the light were mingling, a silent, peaceful congregation of the rediscovered. The librarians, those spindly, terrifying creatures, had transformed too. They looked like tall, graceful herons moving through the crowd with a quiet, watchful dignity. They were no longer harvesters. They were gardeners. "Is it over?" Diane asked, looking up at the stars. "No," I said, feeling the warmth of the sun, a real sun, rising somewhere beyond the horizon of the record. "It's just starting. We have a lot of reading to do." I looked at the dinosaur one last time. I thought of the boy, somewhere out there in the flicker, perhaps waking up in his own bed, his mother's hand on his forehead. I hoped he was okay. I hoped he was making new memories, things that would one day find their way back here to be kept, to be cherished, to be lived. I reached out and took Diane's hand. Her skin was warm. The shadows were still there, stretching out across the grass as the sun rose higher. But they weren't crawling anymore. They were just shadows, the quiet, necessary companions to the light. They didn't write the story of the end of everything. They were just the ink. And for the first time in an eternity, I wasn't the librarian. I was just a man, sitting in a garden, waiting to see what happened on the next page. The grass felt strange against my palms, a prickling, cool sensation that my sensors would have once categorized as tactile interference, but which my heart now recognized as life. Beside me, Diane breathed. It was a rhythmic, oceanic sound, the rising and falling of a chest that was no longer a hollow chamber of indigo smoke. We sat in the transition, the place where the archive ended and the reimagined world began. The great pillar, once a cold monolith of data, had softened into the trunk of a massive silver-barked tree. Its branches didn't hold leaves. They held the shimmering wisps of stories, translucent ribbons of light that fluttered in a breeze that smelled of ozone and jasmine. The librarians, those clicking, multi-jointed nightmares, had settled into the boughs like great, silent owls, their multifaceted eyes reflecting the birth of the new sky. They were no longer curators of a tomb. They were the guardians of the transition. I looked at my hands again. The obsidian was almost entirely gone, sloughing off like the shell of a cicada. Beneath it, my skin was pale and mapped with a faint network of gold veins, the lingering signature of the dinosaur's fire. I felt heavy, burdened by the sudden, terrifying reality of gravity and the slow, thick pulse of blood. "The professor," Diane whispered, her eyes tracking a fading amber spark that drifted upward toward the stars. "Is he?" "He was the logic of the old world," I said, my voice sounding thick and unfamiliar in my own ears. "He couldn't exist in a place that didn't have a sequence. He was a beautiful equation, Diane, but he forgot that the answer to life isn't a number, it's a feeling." A few yards away, one of the remnants stood perfectly still. He was no longer a silhouette of bleaching white. He was an old man in a frayed cardigan, his face a map of 1,000 forgotten sorrows. He was holding a book, a real physical book with vellum pages, and he was weeping. He wasn't weeping because he was being erased. He was weeping because he remembered the taste of an apple. He remembered the way the light hit the kitchen table on a Tuesday morning in 1994. The rot he had carried for centuries, that sterile hunger to blank out the world, was being drowned by the sheer, overwhelming density of detail. The library was no longer a contained space. The walls of obsidian had melted into a horizon of rolling hills and distant, shimmering spires that looked like the cities of the old world, but built of glass and memory. The white void was gone, pushed back by the expanding golden warmth of the records. It was as if the flicker, the stolen moments of grace, had finally found a way to stitch themselves into a permanent tapestry. "We have to help them," Diane said, standing up. She reached out a hand to me, and for a moment I hesitated. I was the librarian. I was the one who had spent an eternity categorizing their deaths. I was the one who had watched the shadows crawl and did nothing but record the movement. "I don't know how to be among them," I admitted. "I only know how to watch." "The watching is over, Elias," she said, her smile breaking through the lingering gloom like a sunrise. "Now we live." I took her hand. Her grip was firm and real. As I stood, the last of the obsidian fell from my shoulders, shattering on the grass like black glass. I felt cold for a second, a sharp, biting chill that made me gasp, and then the sun hit me. It wasn't the amber light of the professor or the white glare of the remnant. It was the warm, golden yellow sun of a summer afternoon, the kind of light that makes you want to close your eyes and just exist. We began to walk through the rows of what were once shelves, but were now groves of memory trees. People were emerging from the records everywhere. They weren't ghosts anymore. They were solidifying, their forms gaining weight and color as they stepped into the shared dream. I saw a group of children playing tag around the base of a silver tree, their laughter a bright, staccato music that shattered the last remnants of the library's oppressive silence. I saw Mrs. Gable. She was sitting on a porch that seemed to have manifested out of thin air, her wind chimes hanging from the eaves. They were singing, a wild, discordant, beautiful song that echoed across the hills. She looked at me as I passed, and she nodded, a slow, knowing inclination of the head. She didn't need to say anything. The sound of the chimes said it all. But as we moved deeper into the new world, I felt a tremor in the ground. It wasn't the library shaking, it was something else, a resonance. I stopped, looking back toward the center, where the golden dinosaur still sat at the base of the great tree. The light there was intensifying, pulsing with a rhythmic urgency. "Something is wrong," I muttered. "No," Diane said, her voice soft. "Something is finishing." The pulse from the toy wasn't a warning, it was a beacon. From the horizon, where the gold met the lingering edges of the indigo sky, figures were approaching. They weren't the remnant, and they weren't the records. They were the ones who had stayed in the outside, the ones who had lived in the ruins of the world, clinging to the flickering remnants of their humanity. They were coming for the light. They walked with a heavy, exhausted gait, their clothes rags, their eyes wide with a desperate, holy wonder. They reached the edge of the golden grass and stopped, afraid to touch it, afraid that it would vanish if they breathed too hard. The man in the lead was young, his face smeared with the soot of 1,000 dying fires. He looked at the trees of memory, at the people laughing, at the sky full of stars. He looked at me, and I saw the reflection of my own former coldness in his eyes, the hollowed-out stare of someone who has seen too much of the dark. I stepped forward, leaving Diane's side. I walked to the edge of the gold, where the grass turned to the gray ash of the old world. I reached out a hand, not as a librarian, but as a host. "It's real," I said, and my voice carried across the silent clearing. "It's not a record, it's not a dream, it's home." The young man hesitated, then reached out. His fingers touched mine. The moment our skin met, a spark of gold jumped from me to him. The soot on his face seemed to dissolve, and the hollow look in his eyes filled with a sudden, weeping light. He stepped onto the grass, and the ground didn't give way. The world didn't end. He fell to his knees, clutching a handful of the soil, sobbing with a sound that was both terrible and magnificent. Behind him, the others began to follow, a slow, cautious migration of the lost into the found. The library had fulfilled its purpose. It had preserved the seeds of the world through the long, cold winter of the soul, and now the spring had arrived. The professor had been right about one thing: the entropy was inevitable, but he had been wrong about the cure. You don't stop the dark by sealing it away. You stop it by lighting enough candles until the shadows have nowhere left to hide. I looked up at the great tree. The librarians were beginning to take flight, their long, graceful wings beating against the indigo air. They were spreading out, carrying the seeds of the records to the far corners of the new world. Where they landed, new groves would grow, new memories would take root. The archive was no longer a central hub. It was a living, breathing ecosystem. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Diane. "What happens now?" she asked. "Now," I said, looking out at the crowds of people, the records and the survivors, the light bearers and the shadow dwellers, all mingling in the warmth of the first real day. Now we stop being the story. We start being the ones who tell it. I looked down at the ground near my feet. A small green shoot was pushing its way through the soil, right where a flake of my obsidian skin had fallen. It was a real plant, a tiny, fragile thing that had no business existing in a world made of data. I knelt down and shielded it with my hand, feeling the warmth of the sun on my back. The shadows were still there, long and thin in the afternoon light. They crawled across the grass, but they didn't bring fear. They brought depth. They brought the contrast that made the gold so bright. In the distance, the sound of the wind chimes grew louder, joined by the sound of 1,000 voices, 1,000 laughs, 1,000 breaths. The great record was open, and for the first time in history, the pages were blank, waiting for us to write what came next. I closed my eyes and breathed in the scent of the rain that I knew was coming. A real rain, to water the real seeds of a real world. The librarian was gone, and in his place there was only a man, finally ready to wake up. The rain did not come as a digital approximation or a synthesized sequence of atmospheric pressure. It arrived as a scent first, petrichor, sharp and ancient, rising from the thirsty soil of a world that had forgotten how to drink. When the first drop hit my shoulder, it didn't dissolve into pixels. It soaked into the fabric of the shirt I found myself wearing, a heavy, tactile weight that anchored me to the earth. I looked up, and the velvet sky was weeping. Around us, the transition was reaching its crescendo. The remnant, those bleached husks of pure logic and erasure, were no longer recognizable as the monsters that had besieged the Great Seal. They stood in the downpour, their faces tilted upward, their mouths open to catch the water. As the rain touched them, the last of their translucent shimmer washed away, replaced by the textured reality of skin, the messy tangles of hair, and the sudden, jarring vibrancy of eye color, hazel, flint gray, deep mahogany. They were being baptized by the very noise they had sought to silence. Diane stood beside me, her hair plastering to her forehead. She laughed, a sound that seemed to catch the light of the silver tree and refract it into 1,000 tiny diamonds. "It's cold," she whispered, shivering. "Elias, it's actually cold." "That's the best part," I said. I reached out and caught a drop on my tongue. It tasted of minerals and sky. It tasted of a beginning. The great tree, the transformed pillar, began to shed its glowing ribbons. The stories weren't staying in the branches anymore. They were drifting down like autumn leaves, settling onto the shoulders of the survivors and the resurrected alike. A ribbon of soft blue light brushed against a young girl who had been a residual sentiment only an hour ago. As it touched her, she gasped, her eyes widening as she remembered the smell of her grandmother's kitchen. A ribbon of deep crimson settled on an old man from the outside, and he straightened his back, the memory of a lost love giving him the strength to stand tall for the first time in decades. The library was no longer a place of storage. It was a place of distribution. As the crowd began to move, guided by the heron-like librarians toward the horizon where the new cities were forming, I felt a tug at my sleeve. I turned to see a small figure. It was the boy from the flicker, the one with the yellow raincoat. He wasn't a projection. He was solid, his small boots splashing in the puddles forming in the grass. He wasn't wearing the raincoat anymore. It lay discarded near the silver tree, a relic of a time when he needed protection from the void. He held out his hand. In his palm sat the plastic dinosaur. It was scarred and faded. The gold leaf I had imbued it with now nothing more than a faint, warm luster beneath the green plastic. "You dropped this," he said. His voice was small, but it carried the weight of a mountain. I knelt so I was eye level with him. "Thank you, but I think it belongs to you now. It's a key, you see. It reminds the world not to be too quiet." The boy looked at the toy, then at the vast, unfolding landscape of the new world. He tucked the dinosaur into his pocket and nodded solemnly. "Are you the man who lived in the dark?" "I was," I said, "but the dark wasn't what I thought it was. It was just a place where the light was resting." He smiled, a quick, fleeting thing, and ran off to join a woman who was calling his name from the edge of the grove. I watched them embrace, a collision of two records that had found their way back to the same page. Diane leaned against me, her warmth a constant, grounding presence. What will happen to the professor's records, all the things he deemed unfit? I looked toward the base of the great tree, where the obsidian shards of the old floor were being swallowed by moss and wildflowers. Nothing is unfit anymore. The architecture of the perfect world failed because it had no room for the cracks. But the cracks are where the life gets in. Every mistake, every sorrow, every moment of noise. It's all being woven in. We aren't building a museum, Diane. We're building a home. And homes are messy. We began to walk. We left the center of the grove, heading toward the rising sun. The landscape was a patchwork of the familiar and the fantastic. In one valley, I saw the outlines of a suburb I recognized from a 1950s archive, its white picket fences now overgrown with bioluminescent vines. In another, a towering spire of glass reflected a sunset that seemed to last for hours, its balconies filled with people playing instruments that hadn't been heard in 1,000 years. The great record was merging with the physical world, creating a geography of memory. You could walk through a forest that felt like a poem, or cross a bridge that was built from the collective courage of a fallen city. It was a world where history wasn't behind us. It was beneath our feet, supporting every step we took. As we reached the crest of a hill, I looked back one last time. The great tree stood at the center of everything, a glowing needle stitching the earth to the stars. The librarians were distant specks now, circling the globe, ensuring that no story was left untold, no life left unremembered. The shadows were still there, cast long and purple by the rising sun. They followed us as we descended into the valley, stretching out across the dew-drenched grass. I realized then that I would never be able to file them away again. I would never be able to categorize the world into neat rows of basalt and silver. I was no longer the librarian of the end. I was a witness to the middle. "Elias," Diane said, stopping at the edge of a stream that sparkled with the reflected light of a billion stars. "Look." In the water, I saw my reflection. I didn't see a man of obsidian and amber light. I saw a face lined with the beginning of age, eyes that were tired but clear, and a smile that felt like it had been waiting for an eternity to break the surface. I looked human. I looked temporary. I looked beautiful. I reached down and touched the water, breaking the image into 1,000 ripples. Each ripple was a new story, a new possibility, a new page turning in a book that would never be finished. "The shadows aren't crawling anymore," I whispered, watching the dark shapes dance playfully in the current. "No," Diane said, taking my hand and leading me across the stones to the other side. "They're just keeping us company." We walked on, two figures in a vast, waking world, disappearing into the light of a day that would never have to be recorded to be real. The story of the shadows had ended, and the story of the light had found its balance. There were no more seals to break, no more voids to fill. There was only the long, winding path ahead, and the wonderful, terrifying uncertainty of what we would find over the next hill. The ink was dry, the book was open, and for the first time I didn't want to know the ending.